It is noon Eastern here on a Saturday at Quakertown Memorial Park, and you know what that means. It's time for two. It's a doubleheader today in ECCBL action. The Quakertown Blazers will play host to the visiting South Jersey Kings here at Memorial Park on this June 29th Saturday evening. About ready to kick things off. Start with the starting lineups first for the visiting South Jersey Kings. It'll be the second baseman Ty Mercado leading things off. He'll dig in now. The right fielder Brandon Petrick will bat second. The first baseman Vinny Davis bats in the 3 spot. Shortstop Marco Menino bats clean up. The third baseman Nathan Lapp will hit 5th. The left fielder Brandon Prince will hit 6th. The 7-hole hitter is the designated hitter Jack Hughes. The catcher Peter Longo will bat 8th. And the center fielder Michael Kulik will bat 9th. On the hill, it's Jackson Snyder for the Blazers, who is yet to allow an earned run this season. He's quickly ahead of the count here at 0-2 to leadoff hitter Mercado. Chance for the Blazers to get back in the win column. They were 2 outs shy of a win against Pocono, a game that was suspended due to rain, and as a result, kind of in a win drought now because of it. Haven't won since last Saturday, that doubleheader against the Generals. Rocco Pellegrino joined alongside Julie Henry now, just fixing some things up with the camera. Snyder delivers the 0-2 pitch, and that one's outside. It's 1-2. A little bit of an offensive change and defensive change for the Blazers after they were hitless through 6 on Thursday night against the visiting Southside Railers, who won that game 7-0. They won the Tuesday game as well, 13-1. The change in the lineup comes in the 2 and the 3 spot as Drew Simpson, the second baseman, and the right fielder Andrew Sawinski will make their Blazers debuts here today. Snyder is ahead in the count here at 1-2 to Mercado, and he delivers upstairs. It's up high and 2-2. Defensive alignment for the Blazers outside of those two remains the same. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Hit hard right up the middle. Ranging to his left is the shortstop Casey Vaughn. His throw to first is dug out but not in time, and Mercado's aboard with a leadoff hit.
Number 35, right fielder Brandon Petrick.
So the leadoff base runner is aboard for the visiting South Jersey Kings, who come into this game at the bottom of the Southern Division, the ECCBL. These two teams fighting for their playoff lives. The South Jersey Kings in the South, knotted up technically actually with the 3 spot, and then the Southern Division with the Trenton Generals also 8-11-1. South Jersey 8-11-1 as well. That season series is currently evened up, but due to run differential, South Jersey currently sits in the 4th spot. 1-0 count now to the 2-hole hitter, and that's in for a strike. It's 1-1. It's Brandon Petrick, the right fielder, at the plate.
Very emphatic strike.
Indeed. Decisive. I like it. Mercado at first, throw it back over. He's there safely. The defensive alignment tonight for the Blazers out in the outfield. The left fielder, Matt Curtis. Mason Woolwine is in center field today. Andrew Sawinski plays right. As Snyder holds towards the Blazers lettering, the 1-1 pitch is roped out to right center. Ranging over is the right fielder Sawinski, and that drops in for a base hit as well. The runner advances to second and stops there. Petrick is aboard.
First baseman Vinny Davis.
The Blazers, well documented home struggles this year. They're 1-8 here at Memorial Park. The lone win coming in the game 1 of the doubleheader. The last doubleheader we had here at Memorial Park. A walk-off winner off the bat of Grayson Kovac. Schneider looks the runner back. First offering now to the 3-hole hitter, Vinny Davis. It misses, and it's 1-0. Broderick is at third tonight. Casey Vaughn plays short. Drew Simpson is at second. Braden Black plays first. That's the infield for the Blazers. 1-0 pitch. Hit in the air out to right field in foul territory. Ranging over is Sawinski, and he cannot get there as it drops in to foul territory. Count 1-1 now to Vinny Davis, the first baseman. Snyder holding. The runner in scoring position, it's Mercado at second. He steps off the hill and gets him to retreat back to the bag. Pitch misses outside. The count now 2-1 to Vinny Davis. Petrick aboard at first after a base hit of his own. Mercado stands on second. He takes his lead. Snyder down to the count at 2-1 as Davis awaits the pitch. That's in for a strike, and the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes to the first baseman. It's Wyatt Herrard doing the catching tonight behind home plate for the Blazers. Working with Jackson Snyder here. They need a good outing out of him. Snyder yet to allow a run this season. A 0.0 ERA. 2-2 pitch on the way to Davis. Hit right back over his head into center field. Getting the wave and coming around is Mercado. The throw home from center by the center fielder. Woolwine is not in time. Mercado comes across safely. And it's an RBI base hit for Vinny Davis. It's 1-0.
Now batting for the Kings, number 24, shortstop, Marco Menino.
And so far on all three, they've just been balls hit to the perfect place. The first one just not in time there from shortstop over to first. The second hit drops right in front of right field, and that one just right over the pitcher's head.
This is a team in the South Jersey Kings that can score. They have the tied for first highest offensive output so far in the ECCBL. That's in for a strike. It's tied with Southside for 107 runs, actually, so they're technically number 1, but they have played 2 more games than Southside. This team can score. The issue has really been the pitching for the Jersey Kings. They sit in the 4 spot in the South. The 0-1 pitch on the way. That's in for a strike to Menino, the cleanup hitter. And quality start, something the Blazers are looking for from their starting pitching, as the bullpen has kind of been an issue. But Ben Jones changed that tie the other day, back on Thursday with 5 innings in relief. He pitched really well, not allowing a run. 0-2 pitch, misses just high. It's 1-2. It's now the 11th time this season in 19 games that the opponent has scored first against the Blazers. When that's happened before, 1-9, the Blazers' record. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Snyder off the foul tip into the mitt, gets his first K and the first out of the game.
Number 13, third baseman, Nathan Lapp.
And now it'll be the third baseman, Nathan Lapp, as Menino, the cleanup hitter, is retired. Snyder ready with a righty-righty matchup and runners aboard on first and second as South Jersey strikes first. Here in the Saturday doubleheader, here's the pitch. That's in for a strike. Finds the lower half of the zone, and it's 0-1. Something a little odd about the South Jersey Kings this year. They've only played 5 road games. This is the 6th road game for them, and it will be the 7th as it is a doubleheader. To 15 home games. That one finds the other half of the zone. It's quickly 0-2 now to Lapp. This team hasn't really gone on the road a lot, at least in comparison to the other teams in the ECCBL. But the Blazers, they probably would welcome that as 1-8 home record. It's been a struggle here at Memorial Park this season. The 0-2 pitch, chopped right back over the glove of Snyder. Takes a high hop, going to second for 1 is Simpson, and he gets Davis advancing there. It's 2 gone now of the inning.
Number 1, left fielder, Brandon Prince.
Now runners on the corners for Brandon Prince, the left fielder. Snyder tries to limit the damage to 1 run and 3 hits here in the inning. Petrick aboard at 30, stands 90 feet away. Vinny Davis, who was just thrown out at second, goes back to the dugout. And Nathan Lapp stands at first. Pitch to Prince misses, and it's now 1 ball and no strikes. Snyder holding towards the letter. The runner's on the corners. The 1-0 pitch. The runner from first will go, and Lapp will get there standing up as Herrard takes the pitch in for a strike. Not going to try to throw down as bad things could happen there, as we've seen so far this year.
We have seen that a couple of times.
It's been well documented that the Blazers are content with giving that up, and the one time that they tried to not, actually two, they're 1 for 2 when throwing down with a runner on third in that situation. That pitch misses, and it's now 2 balls and a strike to Prince. The Blazers had scored first in 4 of their last 5 entering Thursday night. Now the visiting team scored twice in back-to-back games. That pitch finds the inside corner. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 retired here in the top half of the first for Jackson Snyder. Blazers face the South Jersey Kings in a doubleheader to open the ECCBL season. They split that, and now game 1 begins here. Here's the 2-2 pitch. It's shot in the air out to right field. Charging into Sawarnski, and he will play it off one hop as it drops in for an RBI base hit. Brandon Prince makes it 2-0.
Now batting for the Kings, number 38, designated hitter Jack Hughes.
Sawarnski elects to play it on one hop, shallow right field. And quickly, it's a 2-0 hole now for the Blazers.
And that was one that maybe could have been caught, but we have seen some of those errors come from the outfield with 2 outs, letting those balls get by them.
Swing and a miss now from the DH, Jack Hughes. He's down 0-1 with runners on the corner still. Nathan Lapp advances over to third, and Brandon Prince stands on first after the RBI. 4 hits now in the inning for the South Jersey Kings, 2 runs to come from it. The 0-1, running from first, Prince is going, and Harar will just hold it in the hand and the mitt. This pitch is pumped in for a strike, though. It's 0-2. Snyder trying to work out of the inning after allowing his first earned run of the season. Comes in a pair. The 0-2 pitch is upstairs, and it's 1-2. Hughes making his first start of the season for the South Jersey Kings. He bats as the designated hitter with runners aboard in scoring position on second and third. The 1-2 pitch from Snyder inside, and it can't swoop back into the zone. It's 2-2.
We've seen a lot of 2-2 counts work throughout this first inning.
Lapp stands 90 feet away at third, and Prince into second after swiping the bag. He takes his lead. Snyder evened the count at 2-2. The pitch to Hughes. Fouled out of play. Cloudy day here at Memorial Park. The heat not as humid as it's been recently in Quakertown. It has cooled off in the last week. Wind blowing a little bit towards left field today. 2-2 count now from Snyder to Jack Hughes. The pitch, swing and a miss. Foul tip back into the mitt, the second one of the inning, and Snyder strands 2 runners, but not before the South Jersey Kings plate 2. We'll head to the home half of the first inning. It's 2-0 in game 1 of the doubleheader. Back here for the home half of the first inning, the Blazers trail 2-0 in this game against the South Jersey Kings, the visitors in this doubleheader. Let's get you the starting lineup tonight for the Blazers offensively. Leading things off, it'll be the shortstop, Casey Vaughn, who worked 5 walks on Thursday's game. That's why he's batting in the leadoff spot. Also swiped the bag as well. He stands in now facing the righty Noah Rivera. That's in for a strike. The rest of the lineup, the second baseman, Drew Simpson, will bat second. The right fielder, Andrew Sawinski, making his first start as well, will bat third. The third baseman, Dylan Broderick, in the cleanup spot is Vaughn. Hits this one hard out to the first baseman, and it's controlled easily for out number 1 by Vinny Davis.
Second baseman Drew Simpson.
After Broderick, it'll be the center fielder, Mason Woolwine. He will bat after him. The DH, Mike Pasco, will bat 6th. The first baseman, Braden Black, in the 7th spot. The catcher, Wyatt Harar, will bat 8th, and rounding things out for the Blazers is Matt Curtis, the left fielder. Rivera deals, that's inside to Drew Simpson, the second baseman, who had to turn to second for 1 out there in the road half of the first inning, making his first appearance in a Blazers uniform. That's in for a strike. It's 1-1. Rivera did pitch against Quakertown, that doubleheader to open things up in the ECCBL seasons. That pitch misses. It's 2 balls and a strike. Pitched 1 inning in that game, faced 4 hitters, allowed 1 walk, a strikeout, no hits, and scoreless in relief. Pitch misses outside, and it's quickly a 3-1 count to Drew Simpson. Rivera holds. The 3-1's fired in and popped up to center field. Ranging to his left a little is Kulik, and now calling everybody off is Mercado as it just meets the outfield grass
Blazers right fielder
for out number 2.
Andrew Sawinski.
So just beyond the infield pop-up for Simpson in his first appearance, and now Andrew Sawinski, the right fielder, will check in into the left-handed batter's box. First pitch to him is on the outer half of the zone, and it's in for a strike. Dylan Broderick stands on deck as the 0-1's a ground ball to second base. Mercado charges in, he bobbles it, throw over to first, not in time. So Sawinski reaches on the error by the second baseman, Mercado, and Broderick comes to the plate with 2 gone in the inning.
And the Blazers kind of needed that there. We've seen this a lot where the away team comes up their first at bat and they're able to score first, have 7 guys go through, and then the Blazers come up and just kind of record those 3 quick outs. So they kind of needed, with 2 outs, needed that error there to get that runner on base and start some offense early.
Broderick takes the first pitch outside. It's 1-0 as the backdoor slider misses inside as well. And it's now 2-0 to Broderick with 2 retired in the inning. Broderick batting just above the 240 mark at 244 this season. He swings at this offering and pops it up right back to Mercado. He's called off by the right fielder Petrick, and he makes the catch for out number 3. So a runner reaches via an error, and Sawinski, but the Blazers' side is retired. So we'll head to the road half of the second inning in the doubleheader. It's 2-0. The South Jersey Kings lead the Blazers. It's like you're trying to catch up on everything, especially game 2, but it's always just a mess. Peter Longo due to lead things off here for the South Jersey Kings in the visiting team half of the second inning. They plate 2 runners in the first. Facing Jackson Snyder, still the right-hander on the hill for the Blazers. First pitch swinging, and it's fouled out of play. Coming through with the RBIs were Brandon Prince on the ball in the left field. And Vinny Davis as well. This is a hard hit line drive right over to Dylan Broderick, and he catches it in the air for out number 1.
Number 27, center fielder, Michael Kulik.
So Longo is retired, and now it'll be Michael Kulik to the plate, the center fielder and the 9-hole hitter for the South Jersey Kings. Wind is now blowing a little bit as some of the infield dirt sprays into the air. Chopped right back over to Snyder. He corrals it glove side, and he'll flip over to first in time for a quick out number 2.
Now batting for the Kings, number 16, second baseman, Ty Mercado.
We got an infield dirt tornado now. Swirling
Just
all
a
over the
little
place.
bit. And that's what you're supposed with these 8-9 batters. That's what you want out of them. If you're the defense, you want to pitch them, get them balls that they can hit, but get those 2 quick outs with the bottom half of the lineup.
The lineup turns over, and it's Ty Mercado, the second baseman, who had the error in the home half of the first inning. But he did reach aboard safely to lead things off with a hit on a ground ball back up the middle. He's ahead in the count now at 1-0. As he launches this one out the center field, ranging over to his right is Woolwine. He's under it to make the catch for out number 3. A quick inning for Jackson Snyder as the South Jersey Kings go down 1-2-3. We'll head to the home half of the second. It's still 2-0. The center fielder, Mason Woolwine, will lead things off. A change for him position-wise, as he's used to playing out in right field. Tonight he gets the start in center after recording the 3rd out of the top half of the second inning, a 4-pitch inning for Jackson Snyder. Don't see that every day.
No, we have not seen that. So definitely a positive and an impressive. I'm going to say the shortest inning by
Yes,
the
it was.
Blazers pitcher.
Yeah. 'Cause there hasn't been a 3-pitch inning, I can tell you that. Would have been on top of that. 1-0 pitch, outside. Woolwine currently with a 9-game hitting streak that he extended on Thursday. He was one of the 2 hitters that reached aboard via a hit on Thursday. 2-0 pitch. It's inside, and he's quickly heading the count at 3-0 now against Noah Rivera, still on the hill for the visiting South Jersey Kings. 3-0. Gets the red light and takes it in for a strike. It's 3-1. Rivera holds the 3-1 ready. Foul tip into the mitt, and it's a full count coming to Mason Woolwine. Blazers searching for a leadoff runner aboard. Pitches inside, they defer down, they say Woolwine did not go, so he'll work a leadoff walk to bring up Mike Basco.
Mike Pasco.
And And getting that leadoff man aboard, that's really been a struggle for the Blazers in this season. So hopefully, having that leadoff man starting off with 1 out proves some offensive success.
Pitch is yanked outside by Rivera. And it's 1 ball and no strikes to Pasco, the designated hitter, the sophomore from Chestnut Hill. 1 for 10 in his last 5 games. He digs in now and takes the 1-0 pitch outside. He's ahead 2-0. Rivera holds at the belt, ready to wind up the 2-0. In there for a strike. It's 2-1 on the outside corner. Both teams wearing black today. Shouldn't be too much of a problem as the sun, as I say that, it's starting to come out. It hasn't really been out all day. 2-1 and the runner goes. Pasco fouls it off, and Woolwine will be forced to retreat as the home plate umpire emphatically announces the foul ball.
We've heard some emphatic strikes, balls, strikeouts. I'm not sure the foul balls have ever
Yeah, it hasn't come up yet. I like it, though. Why not?
I do like it.
Throw it into the rotation. So Woolwine still at first. 2-2 pitch on the way from Rivera to Pasco. He leaves it outside, and it's back-to-back full counts to Blazers hitters to start things in the second. Rivera looks Woolwine back. We'll see if they get aggressive here in a full count. Woolwine will go. The pitch fouled off once again by Pasco. That one a little more obvious, so we did not need the extra energy from the home plate umpire today. We'll do the payoff pitch once again. And before that, Rivera will throw back over to first, sliding in safely head first is Mason Woolwine.
I think that makes sense there. Woolwine 1 second on this one, so taking a larger lead, so good time to throw over.
Woolwine will go, and the pitch is chased by Pasco outside. He swings and whiffs at that offering, and he's down on strikes. Woolwine advances in the second, though, on the stolen base. And now it'll be the first baseman, Braden Black. Defensively for the Kings today, it'll be Brandon Prince out in left field. The center fielder, Michael Kulik, and Brandon Petrick is in right. That's the outfield as that pitch gets by Longo, the catcher, and Woolwine's in the third. Now a sacrifice opportunity for Braden Black. In the infield, it's Nathan Lapp at third, Michael Menino at shortstop, Ty Mercado at second, Vinny Davis at first, Noah Rivera on the hill, and Peter Longo doing the catching behind home plate. Had just had that pass ball go by him. Pitches in for a strike to Braden Black, and the count now 1-1. The fellow catcher, Wyatt Harrar, stands on deck with Woolwine taking a lead from third, 90 feet away. 1-1 pitch, bounces in the dirt. Nice stop by Longo. Wonder tired here in the inning. Home half of the second, Rivera deals. This one's hit in the air, far out to left field. Prince is back a few steps, tagging from third is Woolwine. The throw in is cut off. And Braden Black comes up huge with the sacrifice fly. Mason Woolwine in to score, and it's 2-1, the lead cut in half.
Now batting number 28, catcher Wyatt Harrar.
And that's huge for the Blazers, who they when the other team scores, they just seem to keep scoring. We've seen a lot of, the opposing team scores 2 runs, then 3, then 2, then 1, and the deficit just keeps growing and growing and growing. So to already cut it down to 1 run there, it's very helpful for the Blazers.
The catcher, Wyatt Harrar, will dig in now. He's quickly ahead of the count at 1-0 as that pitch is outside. Takes that pitch in for a strike. It finds the outside corner. That sacrifice fly by Braden Black as that pitch is fouled back to the backstop is just the 5th sacrifice that results in a run for the Blazers this year. 5 different batters with 1 sacrifice RBI. The 1-2 pitch upstairs to Harrar. And they haven't had too many sacrifice opportunities, but it's nice to see it come and then end up working out. 2-2 pitch with 2 gone. That's in there for a backwards K as Harrar is fooled by the off speed. So Rivera allows 1 run to come across after a pass ball and a stolen base. We'll head into the 3rd inning as the Kings nurse a 2-1 lead. Back here for the visiting team, half of the third inning, the top of the third due up. It's 2-3-4 for the South Jersey Kings as they hold a 2-1 lead. First pitch swinging here from Petrick as he pops it up in the infield. Broderick charges over and makes the glove side catch, falling to the ground on a ball that's hit just in front of second base.
Number 30.
Now that is a highlight reel worthy play. That was impressive. He almost collision there between him and Drew Simpson, but I'll take it.
He's ranging all the way over from third. It's rare you see a pop-up right in front of second. That's caught by the third baseman, Broderick. An athletic play for out number one. First pitch to Davis is in for a strike.
And that's what Broderick just kind of has that athleticism that we've seen him play. Come in and play second on Thursday, pitch, hit. He can apparently really do it all.
It's now Vinny Davis at the plate. He's 1 for 1. He came through with the RBI base hit to start things off for the South Jersey Kings. 1-1 pitch. Fouled back. The Blazers currently with the worst offense in the ECCBL by 29 runs. The Scranton Wilkes-Barre Miners next in line with 84. Pitch misses outside. It's 2-2. A large part of that due to the inefficiency early starting games, as the Blazers really haven't found early runs all that often. They've allowed their opponents to score first in 10 games, and when that's happened, they're 1-9. This is one shot hard out to right field. That drops in for a hit. Swarinski ranges over to his left. He cuts it off in foul territory and gets the cutoff man and holds the runner Vinny Davis at first.
Marco Menino.
So now it'll be Marco Menino. 0 for 1 on the afternoon with a runner standing on first and Vinny Davis. Snyder up to 44 pitches thus far. This one's hit well out the right field, ranging over to his left to Swarinski into foul territory, and he makes the glove side catch for out number 2.
Number 13, third baseman Nathan Lapp.
So now it'll be Nathan Lapp, the third baseman. The outfield tonight for the Blazers, Matt Curtis out in left. Mason Woolwine is in center field, and Andrew Swarinski making his first start. Just made that great play out in foul territory for out number 2. Pitch pops out of the glove of Wyatt Harrar. The runner stays at first. And the infield tonight for the Blazers, Dylan Broderick at third, who just made that athletic play for out number 1. Casey Vaughn over at shortstop, Drew Simpson at second, and Braden Black at first. The pitch from Snyder. This one's roped in the air out to left center. That's going to drop in for an extra base hit. It rolls all the way to the wall. Davis is on his way to third. He's getting the wave. The throw to the cutoff man, Casey Vaughn. He'll go home. It is in time! What a relay from Curtis to Vaughn to Harrar. They nab the runner Davis at home, and they keep it 2-1. We'll head into the home half of the third inning as the Blazers trail by 1. Six hits. Every time you look up, the Blazers have no hits, and they have a run. 6 hits, 1 out. Yeah. They throw it on after that. Scored on.
I like the energy today. I feel like
Something like that. I mean, you gotta have something like that.
I'm going with a vibe. It's like look, they're like
I feel like I'm like a psychologist observing in the screen.
I do feel like that.
An electric play to end the visiting team top half of the third inning as the relay from Curtis to Vaughn to Herrar to nab Vinny Davis at the plate keeps it a one-run game. And now the home half of the third for the Blazers as they look to get things going here after plating a run in the bottom of the second. As Mason Woolwine worked the payoff pitch walk, stole second, pass ball down to the third, and then a sacrifice fly.
And manager Mike Fitzgerald just kind of had to sprint to third.
Sure, he was probably talking to someone over in the dugout after that electric end to the inning. So Rivera quickly had 0-2 here to Matt Curtis, the left fielder, as this one's skied in the air out of play. Curtis down 0-2. The pitch from Rivera. It's a ground ball, third base side foul.
That was a good backhand from the third baseman there. Lap was able to backhand that foul ball nicely.
Rivera holds at the hip and fires the 0-2. Reaching out and poking it out of play is Curtis. He stays alive in the count at 0-2. Curtis, the leadoff hitter in the bottom of the third inning, standing on deck is Casey Vaughn as the lineup will turn over. The 0-2 pitch from Rivera, swing and a miss on a golf-looking swing from Curtis. He's down on strikes for out number one.
Shortstop, number 40, Casey Vaughn.
So Rivera gets his third strikeout. Something interesting currently in the ECCBL. No team has a win or losing streak of more than 2 games as Vaughn fouls this one back. Kind of speaks to the parity in the league and the streaks of consistency, not too much inconsistency. The only inconsistency we've really seen is the Blazers here at home, but they've been a good road team. They've been 6-3 on the road, just 1-8 unfortunately at home.
That's interesting, though, that there's no streak of 2 or more.
Vaughn tries to place down a bunt, it goes foul. He's down 0-2, but speaks to the parity and then a balanced league as well, as there's no team below a 350 winning percentage and no team above a 667 win percentage. So Southside clearly the top of the ECCBL so far in this season that's halfway through, but hasn't been by a wide margin as the Scranton Wilkes-Barre Miners just a game behind them. The 0-2 pitch, Vaughn flies in the air out to left field, and playing it is Prince for out number 2.
Second baseman, number 22, Drew Simpson.
Nonchalantly played by Prince out in left field for the second out of the inning, and now the 2-hole hitter after Casey Vaughn is retired. Drew Simpson comes to the plate. First pitch to Simpson is in for a strike. Simpson 0 for 1 after making his first plate appearance back in the home half of the first inning as a Blazer. Pitch misses inside. It's 1 ball and a strike to him. Rivera making his 6th appearance on the hill this year for the visiting Kings. This one's popped up, shallow right field. Mercado has it at second base, and he makes the catch for out number 3. So a quick inning there for the Blazers and Noah Rivera on the hill. As he gets out of it 1-2-3. We'll head into the 4th inning. I'll step aside from the play-by-play duties, turned over to Julie Henry. And we'll be back here for the visiting road half of the 3rd or 4th inning. We're all losing our minds up here in the booth. Stay with us here on the Blazers YouTube channel.
Brandon Prince leads things off for the Kings as we head to the top of the fourth.
Been interesting and a quick game so far. We started at noon. It's 12:45 p.m. and we're in the fourth inning.
First pitch is fouled off, and we've just really seen a consistent game from both pitchers, from Rivera and Snyder, which is something usually we don't get that from both starters.
Yeah, Snyder worked himself into a bit of a jam in the first inning, allowing his first 2 earned runs of the year, but since then, pretty good.
Second one taps the outer edge for a strike.
4-pitch inning for Snyder in the top half of the second. Following that, another inning only facing 4 hitters.
That one will be out there, I think.
Swung on, miss, hit the dirt.
Okay, so drop third there, fired down in time.
Yeah, the off speed from Snyder there just fooled him. Trying to protect against 2 strikes, so you're looking for anything close. You got to try to put the barrel on the bat or barrel on the ball, but that one just way out of the zone, bounced in the other batter's box.
And that was just a beautiful pitch in for strike 1 to Jack Hughes. The movement, the way that just hit, that was a nice one. That one's a little bit too outside for ball 1.
South Jersey coming into this one 1-2 this week. Trenton trifecta is what I called it, as they face the Generals twice and the Trenton Capitals Wednesday.
So that one's rocketed into shallow left. Swirsky will try to field that, grabs it, fires it in. So it'll keep Hughes at first, but he'll reach on the single.
Opposite field for Hughes, the right-handed hitter.
So Peter Lango steps up to the plate. He lined out to Dylan Broderick in his first at-bat. That very, very athletic play we saw Broderick make.
We talked about the importance of starting pitchers going far in these games, especially in the doubleheaders. It's especially important for this South Jersey team that has had 4 pitchers or more in the 3 games this week on the hill. In each of the 3, they had 4 go against the Generals on Tuesday. Following that, 4 against the Capitals, and then 5 pitchers in the 6-1 win, and none of them went more than 3 innings.
And it's quickly 0-2 to Lango. And we've really seen Snyder be able to work that first pitch strike to a lot of these batters as he'll fire back over to first.
The other thing that I'm sure is a welcome sight for the South Jersey Kings is their bottom half of the lineup is getting it done so far. They've gotten 3 hits from Lapp, Prince, and Hughes. And on Thursday, the 4 through 9 hitters went 0 for 17.
Swing and a miss for out number 2.
27, center fielder, Michael Kulik.
Throwing the jinx into effect early. Longo and Kulik, the 2 batters for the South Jersey team at the bottom half of the lineup that have yet to come through with a hit.
And that'll be Snyder's 3rd strikeout of his outing, which marks both pitchers even. Both have 3 strikeouts so far.
I feel like we say this a lot, but Blazers no hit so far. They have a run on the board.
As that ball's grounded over to Broderick, he'll fire over to second for out number 3. So once again, another 1 hit, 3 quick outs there, and we head to the bottom of the 4th. And we head to the bottom of the fourth, the top of the fourth. Quick outing from Snyder, and that's what we've seen from him all day today.
Yeah, besides the first inning, he's gotten through innings quick. Only 4 batters or less. He had the 4-pitch, 3-batter inning in the 3 innings following the first.
So that one's grounded over to first. Easy out there for out number 1.
This is the part of the broadcast where I try to get in the scores around the ECCBL. So let's try to do it as quickly as possible. Mercer and Southside, they're facing each other in the doubleheader today. The Mammoths take game 1, 3-1. So that's not good for the South Jersey Kings, as the Mammoths in the Southern Division now at 11-10. Southside drops to 12-7. They're now even with the Scranton-Wilkes-Barre Miners atop the Northern Division, the division that the Blazers are in. More importantly for the Blazers, the Trenton Capitals on top of the Pocono Timber Rattlers 4-0. As that's ultra important as the top 3 teams in each division make the playoffs. And the Timber Rattlers, trailing 4-0, they sit in the 3rd spot at 9-9, just above the Blazers.
As Broderick hits that one way high sky, center fielder calling him off there, and that one's caught for out number 2.
Now batting for the Blazers, number 31, center fielder Mason Woolhart.
The Blazers at 6-11, the Timber Rattlers at 9-9, but the Blazers were 2 outs away from making an official game against the Timber Rattlers on Wednesday. Unfortunately, inclement weather forced that game to be suspended when it was a 5-0 lead for Quakertown.
That first pitch comes in for a ball. And Mason Woolwine is the only run the Blazers have plated so far in this game. So that one's outside.
Woolwine, a 9-game hitting streak, reached the board via a walk. So that doesn't extend it, but came around to score. So that's really what's important here.
As he hits that one right past the third baseman's able to creep into left field there for another hit.
10-game hitting streak, double digits, and the no-hitter for Rivera is over. 3 innings, 3 1/3 for Rivera. I'm sorry, 3 2/3 for Rivera, hitless, but ends now at the 9th hour of the 4th inning.
And that one's in there for ball 1.
The wind is blowing, another observation, out towards left field very hard.
And that one's hit to the lap again. Able to fire it across to Vinny Davis, and they'll get out number 3 there. Stranding 1 man left on base. We'll head to the top of the 5th. As we head to the top of the 5th, Ty Mercado, leadoff batter, leads things off here for the Blazers. Jackson Slater still on the mound as there looks to be maybe action in the bullpen. He fires that one up way high. Andrew Swarovski is able to catch that and get a quick out, number one.
Right fielder, number 35,
So
Brandon Petrick.
it's had the 4-pitch inning. How about 3? So I know it's called the immaculate inning when you get the 3 strikeouts, but I was looking this up the other day, and there's no nickname for a 3-pitch inning, which feels stupid. I
Huh.
feel like there should be a cool nickname for that.
There should be.
At least Google didn't tell me it. There might be something out there in the baseball archives that I'm not aware of, but
That one's in for a strike.
it's like a 3-pitch inning is cooler than 3 strikeouts, I feel like. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I would think so too. I don't know.
It's not going to happen, though.
No. Ball one.
Not in
evening
this half
count.
inning. Could happen another half inning. You never know. We've seen some crazy stuff at Memorial Park
We
this year.
have seen a lot of unique plays and ways to get outs, as that one's flown way out to Matt Curtis and left, able to catch that one. So opposite flyouts for the Kings as Vinny Davis steps up to the plate.
Keeping the corner outfielders locked into the game. I like it. Why not? Mason Woolwine out in center tonight for the Blazers. He's the only one that hasn't seen a fly ball in this half inning. Let's see if Vinny Davis can get it to him. It's his first start in center this year.
Is there a nickname for that if we get
Ooh. I'll come up with
flyouts
something.
to all the outfielders?
I got to come up with something. If it happens and I don't have something like a nickname for it, I'm going to be really disappointed.
That one's in for strike 2. Davis finds himself down 0-2 very quickly on. Ball one.
Snyder's really gotten into a rhythm just tempo-wise as well as I think pitch sequence-wise, but tempo's really stood out. Credit to Wyatt Harrar behind home plate.
Definitely, as that one comes in way foul over the right side of the field. Out of play, that one went.
It's also easier, I think, to work with tempo when you don't have runners on all that often because you're not worried about pitching out of the stretch. You're just in a rhythm getting back on the hill pitching.
Definitely. Oh, and that one's fired back to Slater, hitting him in the ankles. Full fire over to Black at first to get out, number 3. So 1-2-3 inning for the Kings.
Is it pour or put in this song? Pour.
If this finishes, do we think they just start game 2 30 minutes after?
Yes, they won't wait.
Right? Like, no one wants to.
They'll go as quick as they go. I've noticed it's not even 30 minutes anymore. It's more like 20.
Yeah. We head to the bottom of the 5th after 3 up and 3 down from the Kings. The Blazers look to even out, maybe even take the lead as we enter the bottom half of this game.
It's only been 3 hits in this game since the bottom of the first inning for either team.
That one's fired in for a ball, so the count's 1-1 to Braden Black. That one outside for ball 2.
Mason Woolwine, the lone run plated for the Blazers in this game. He walked, stole second, advanced to third on a pass ball, and then sacrifice fly.
Strike 2. 2-2 count.
Braden Blacksman showing off the plate discipline. He just worked 3 walks in the last 2 games.
That one goes inside, creeping past the catcher and Lango. So full count, payoff pitch coming here from Rivera.
And Black was the one that had the RBI sacrifice fly back in the second inning.
That one nabs little dribbler over to third base, fires over to first for out number 1. So a little action there from Lap to Davis.
28, Wyatt Farrar.
Like the hustle, though, from Braden Black. He was busting it right out of the box. He saw that was a short little dribbler to third, as you described it, Julia, right to Lap, and he was hustling down the line. Just beat him out by, say, 1/10 of a second.
Definitely. First pitch there. Farrar's able to rock that into left field. It goes over the head of Brandon Pierce. Farrar heads into second, rounds that bag, stays there as the throw finally reaches that cutoff man. And what an exciting play there off that first pitch.
It's just the breaks the Blazers haven't really been getting when you get a ball out to left field and it's dropping in front of the left fielder and it gets by him, rolls all the way to the wall. Hasn't happened a lot as Ty Everett's going to pinch run for Harar at second. Yep. So then Schollenberger will do the catching since Harar is taken out after this half inning.
And we've seen Ty Everett bring that speed on the bases, have some stolen bases.
Yeah, Everett is caught stealing twice. That actually leads the team, but he's been aggressive trying to steal bases when he's getting on. Just hasn't gotten on a whole lot recently, so that's why they've dropped. But
First pitch to Matt Curtis. In for a ball.
and you have Casey Vaughn due up right after. The leadoff hitter has been really, really hot at the plate.
So that one's in for strike 1, evening the count.
You just got to give Vaughn an opportunity here.
A little bit outside and maybe a little high for ball 2.
Like the approach here from Curtis early on in this AB. He's looking to take.
He rocks this one, almost nabbing Everett. Kind of throws off the shortstop a little bit, and Marco Menino hesitates a minute, but he's able to get that out at first as Everett advances to third.
Shortstop, Casey Vaughn.
It's a solid job by Everett trying to run in front of the eye line of Menino at short, trying to throw him off making that play, but didn't end up mattering. Menino did look over to third at first and then smartly elected to go to first.
Yeah. Strike 1 to Vaughn. The Everett kind of running in front of him probably made it a little bit of a closer play than it would have been at first, but there was still enough time to make that out for the Kings. That one's in for ball 1.
Nice stop by Longo. Got to be ready for a pass ball here if you're Everett at third. He was ready on that one. He took a few extra steps up the baseline when he saw Longo go to his knees.
Vaughn ropes that one over to the second baseman in Mercado, fires it over to first for out number 3. So we'll head to the top of the 6th as the Blazers strand a runner at third. We head to the top of the 6th, and we see the first relief pitcher come in. Cannon Zimmel comes in from the Blazers bullpen to face Marco Menino. First pitch in for a ball.
Yeah, this is Cannon Zimmel's 7th appearance this year for the Blazers. He's pitched a total of 13 1/3 innings.
Able to get his first strike of the day with that one.
He's only allowed 2 total earned runs, 3 if you include 1 unearned.
As that one's rocked way high to the right fielder in Swansky. More than enough time to catch that one for out number 1.
Total ERA for Zimmel entering this relief appearance, 1.35. He allowed 2 earned runs against the Pocono Timber Rattlers. He walked 6 here at home.
So Nathan Lapp, the third baseman, steps up to the plate. He has 2 hits on the day.
It's now Jackson Schollenberger doing the catching after Ty Everett was inserted into pinch run for Wyatt Harrar.
1-1 count.
Rest of the lineup stays the same, though, with Curtis in left, Woolwine in center, Swarnsky out and right. Little spinner off the end of the bat there from Lapp that goes foul.
1-2 count. Zimmel finds himself ahead in the count. That one's in for a strike. Hit to shallow right. It'll drop in. Swansky's able to grab it. Single there. And that one, it just kind of hit no man's land. Always probably likely going to get a single out of that one.
Yeah, hit to the perfect spot. Wouldn't call it a total blooper as it did have a little bit of contact power on it off the barrel of Lapp. When it drops in shallow right field above the infielders' heads and beyond the infield dirt. Nice piece of hitting. Now it's Prince.
Ball 1. Looks like Prince maybe went around to bunt there.
Yeah, he's showing bunt. I
Pull
think
back.
Lapp was taking a pretty large lead as well, so I'm not sure if he's going to try to run or if he's just trying to get a head start on the bunt, but he's extending the lead here too.
Swing, and that one's popped way high, foul, out of play. Bounces off the top of the Blazers dugout. So evens the count at 1-1, and we've seen this 1-1 count through all 3 of the batters up this inning for the Kings.
Shorter lead for Lapp.
So that one's hit over to Broderick. Fair ball, bounces off his glove, enters the left field grass, and now just almost a run could score there as Zimmel covering third. The throw from Broderick to him crept all the way over to first baseman Braden Black, who was kind of backing up behind the mound. So almost a disaster there for the Blazers, but it worked out kind of.
Tough play down the third base line for Broderick going to his right, trying to play it opposite of his glove side hand. So that's a tough one. Now the infield will come in with 1 out in the inning. Second and third sacrifice opportunity is on for Hughes. That ball wasn't killed either. It just placed perfectly down the line.
Ball 1.
And even though Lapp was able to get the third, it's good that Broderick could just get a glove on it to prevent it from rolling all the way down to the foul pole in left field.
As another ball is hit to Broderick, he'll look the runner back at third before firing over to first for out number 2. So Peter Lango steps to the plate with 2 outs and runners on second and third.
So just looking at past previous history with the Blazers so far in this season, they are really, really efficient at getting that second out with, or even the first out with runners on second and third in the infield end. The problem has come after it. Once they get the 2 outs, the 2 out base hits have gone the other way in favor of the opponent.
So that one's in for a ball to Lango.
Credit to Zimmel for getting that ground ball out there too, forcing the barrel above the ball.
Another ball to Lango.
And a walk isn't the greatest here, but you do have first base open. It's not the end of the world.
And you have the 9-hole batter coming up too, so.
Yep.
So quickly, 3-0 count to Lango. And if you're the Blazers, you really want to get out of this inning with Lango and Kulik, the 8 and 9 batters up. You don't want to turn it over to Mercado.
It was a great stop by Schellenberger, though, going down to his knees in the other batter's box.
First strike to Lango right there.
Yeah, it's not a shock. He was looking take there. 3 straight balls. The 8-hole batter, he's not going to try to go swing green light at 3-0.
No. As that one's fired over to the second baseman, and Drew Simpson fires it over to first, and that's exactly what the Blazers needed. 3 outs, no run scores. The score remains 2-1, and we'll head to the bottom of the 6th.
Six outs left to work with for the Blazers here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. It'll get things started with Drew Simpson. The 2-3-4 batters due up for Quakertown as they try to battle back into Game 1 of the doubleheader. The lone win at home for them this year came in Game 1 of a doubleheader as the first pitch swung on and fouled hard down the right field side. Still Noah Rivera on the hill for South Jersey, up to 70 pitches through 5 innings. He's allowed only 2 hits and 1 run. The 0-1 pitch. Simpson grounds it through the left hole for a leadoff base hit. He's aboard.
Number 3, right fielder Andrew Szawarski.
Plays perfectly down the left side of the infield in between Lapp and Menino, the third baseman, and the shortstop. So Szawarski now due up.
To the Blazers, number 5, Carter Ribbon.
And now Carter Ribbon, the usual infielder for the Blazers, playing second, short, or third. He's going to pinch run for Drew Simpson. That slots in well defensively, as Ribbon probably won't see an at-bat again in this game, but he can play second very well.
And I was just looking at the book, making sure I was right on this. But the Blazers, the 1 run scored in that second inning by Mason Woolwine, that's the only time the first runner got on base. So success comes when there's a runner on base with no outs for the Blazers, and hopefully they can add on to their runs here.
Let's start a trend. Why not? So Szawarski, the right fielder, is 0 for 2 thus far, making his first start in a Blazers uniform. The 2 guys trying to will the Blazers to a lead here in the home half of the 6th inning are guys that have not started for the orange and black this year. First pitch is in for a strike from Rivera. It's 0-1. Lap at third base playing far towards the infield grass as Rivera flips that one over to first. Ribbon's there safely. Count 0-1 now to Swarinski. The runner Ribbon's going. The throw down to second from Longo. It gets by and sprays into center field. It's backed up by Kulik, and Ribbon swipes the bag.
And that's another thing the Blazers have needed. We've seen some of their catchers do that, get that ball by the bag, and we really haven't seen it happen much from that opposing team.
Ribbon now 7 for 8 stealing bags this year in the 2024 season. Swarinski's down to the count at 0-2. The pitch is in the dirt. Nice stop by Longo, an important stop, as Ribbon could have been off to third with nobody out in the inning. So Rivera holds at the hip, looks the runner back. The 1-2 pitch. Ground ball first base side. It rolls foul to the right of the first base bag from our vantage point, and we'll do the 1-2 once again.
And that almost stayed fair. That took probably 75% of the way up that line before it rolled foul.
So Ribbon at second, he will take his lead. Rivera's delivery to Swarinski. Flown in the air out to left field in foul territory. Ranging over is the left fielder, Prince, and it drops in foul territory. And we'll do the 1-2 once again.
You know, you talk about Rivera's pitch count reaching over 70, and there's still no movement in the Kings bullpen. So maybe they're going to try and have him go the whole game.
7-inning doubleheader, they could. Time is called as the third baseman Lap retreats back to his spot. Sixth pitch of the at-bat coming here to the right fielder Swarinski as Rivera holds at the belt. The wind-up, the 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2-2. Rivera pitching out of the stretch. He has a quick wind-up either way, but out of the stretch it's even quicker with a runner on second and Carter Ribbon. The 2-2, he steps off the inside move. He throws back to Menino, the shortstop, who's not covering the bag.
That was an interesting throwback. I would feel like the risk of error there is a little bit higher than the potential reward.
The 2-2. Swarinski, hard hit ground ball to first, scooped up by Davis. He advances the runner, does his job well as Ribbon's over to third.
Third baseman, Dylan Broderick.
And now it'll be Dylan Broderick. Broderick had one of the 2 hits in the game on Thursday in the 7-0 loss against Southside. He's 2 for his last 8 in the last 5 games. A chance here to just put the barrel on the ball and score Carter Ribbon from third as the infield plays very far into the infield grass. First pitch is low and away outside. It's left by Broderick, and it's 1-0. One out here in the home half of the 6th. Ribbon on third. The pitch to Broderick. Sky back out of play, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Broderick batting just below 240 now after going 0 for 2 thus far today. The infield grass and dirt continues to sway with the wind as it's inside. The pitch misses. It's 2-1.
The wind's really started to pick up in the last couple minutes. Kind of blowing in all directions as you see that American flag swaying both ways.
Infield in, 2-1 pitch is flown out to center. Ranging back is Kulik a few steps. Tagging from third is Ribbon. The throw home will be cut off, and it's a tie game. 2-2. Broderick, the RBI sac fly. Both runs coming today via sacrifice flies off the bat of Braden Black and Dylan Broderick, and this game is knotted at 2.
And like I said, success comes for the Blazers when there's a runner on base with no outs, as that's when both the runs have been scored.
First pitch from Rivera to Woolwine is in there for a strike on the outside corner. 3 hits to 9 in favor of the South Jersey Kings today, but the score knotted at 2 as Woolwine rips one foul down the left field side, just a tad to the left of the left field foul line, and will do an 0-2 pitch from Rivera to Woolwine, the center fielder. 0-2 with 2 gone in the inning. Woolwine, hard hit ball left field. This one's fair. It drops in for a hit. Woolwine takes a turn. He's headed for second now as it's bobbled briefly by the left fielder Prince, and he's there standing with a 2-out double.
And what a great hit from Woolwine.
And now. Pasco will come to the plate with a runner in scoring position. Woolwine now 2 for 2. He's got 2 of the 4 hits today for the Blazers. He extends his what was a 9-game hitting streak. It's now double digits with 10. Rivera, the starter in this game, he offers this one up to Pasco low. It's 1-0. Rivera now up to 87 pitches, 17 in the inning. Here's the 1-0 with 2 retired. That's in for a first pitch. Or first strike, pardon me. It's 1-1 with 2 retired in the inning. Woolwine takes his lead at second. Rivera the windup in the pitch. That's in there on the outer half of the zone, and it's 1-2.
And that pitch has some nice movement on it to curve around to the outside.
Rivera working quickly up tempo. He looks the runner Woolwine. Back to second, the pitch. Pasco stays alive by poking it out of play foul. Wind continues to sway here at Memorial Park on this Saturday afternoon, game 1 of the doubleheader between the Kings and Blazers as Pasco fouls the 1-2 back. We'll do it again.
And you can hear the Blazers dugout chirping at Pasco, telling him, all we need is just a line drive. We just need to score Woolwine and keep the offense alive here.
6th pitch of the at-bat coming here. It's a 1-2 from Rivera to Pasco. It misses outside. Rivera wiping the dirt off the rubber above the hill at home. As the 2-2 was on the way. Pasco swings and misses, and Rivera strands Woolwine at second, but not before the Blazers tie the game up with an RBI sac fly off the bat of Dylan Broderick to score the pinch runner, Carter Ribbons. So we'll head into the top of the 7th. 3 outs for both teams to work with in game 1 of the doubleheader. We're knotted at 2. Michael Kulik will lead things off here for the South Jersey Kings as one doubleheader, game 1, has gone final in the ECCBL. The Pocono Timber Rattlers have dropped their game against Trenton, so now as a result, the Blazers are just 2 games back of the number 3 spot in the Northern Division. Cannon Zimmel delivers a first pitch strike to Kulik. It's 0-1.
And it looks like Noah Rivera is going to go all 7, as there's still no one in the bullpen.
Kulik swings and misses that offering, and quickly Zimmel's ahead of the count at 0-2. The windup and the pitch. This one's popped up in the infield, a little spinner off the bat, and Braden Black calls everybody off from first base for out number 1.
Now batting for the Kings, second baseman, number 16, Ty Mercado.
And now the lineup turns over. It's Ty Mercado coming to the plate. The yellow batting gloves contrasting with the black and purple and gray uniforms of the South Jersey Kings. The visitors today facing the orange and black Quakertown Blazers. 1 out now in the top of the 7th inning as Zimmel delivers. This one's ripped out the center. Charging in is Woolwine, and he plays it off 1 hop. That's going to be a 1-out base hit for Mercado. He's aboard.
Kings right fielder, number 35, Brandon Petrick.
So Mercado, the leadoff hitter, gets the job done. Now 2 for 4, and it's Petrick, the right fielder, due up. Mercado, the leadoff hitter, he's got some speed. That's why he hits in the leadoff spot. He takes a lead with Brandon Black standing on first, lunging towards Zimmel at the mound. Throw back over to first. It's to the left of Brandon Black, so the tag can't be applied in time, and Mercado is safe. Double-digit hits now for the South Jersey Kings, 10-4 in favor of them in game one of the doubleheader. First pitch to Patrick is upstairs. Total cloud covering today at Memorial Park. No sun, no lights. Game one of the doubleheader ongoing here. The 1-0 pitch misses outside. It's 2-0 now to Patrick. Patrick 1 for 3 with a run scored today. He's operating with 1 out here in the top of the 7th. 3 outs to work with for both teams in the 7-inning doubleheader. Zimmel, the 2-0. That misses outside, and 3 straight balls now to Patrick. It's 3-0.
And not ideal. This has to be a strike from Zimmel.
Mercado at first. He takes his lead an extra couple of lunges to the right, and that's a 4-pitch walk to Patrick, the right fielder. And it's first and second with 1 retired. And coming to the plate is Vinny Davis, the first baseman, and the 3-hole hitter who is 2 for 3 with an RBI today. And Coach Fitzgerald will come out to the mound to talk with his reliever, Cannon Zimmel. No movement, though, in the bullpen yet for the Blazers. So looks like this is just a strategy mound visit here. Double play ball is in order. You have the force at second. You have the force at third as well. It's 1 out now in the top of the 7th inning.
And I think this is the perfect time for a mound visit. It's almost required in this situation with 1 out, 2 men on base, top of the 7th, tie game. You really need to have that manager come out and talk about that strategy as a team, bring everyone together, just everyone be on the same page, wanting to get out of this inning with it tied.
The mound visit disperses as the infield will go back to the regular spots. Mercado at second with his dirt-covered uniform, the black and gray, out and worn by the brownish tan color of the infield dirt. 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Vinny Davis, the first baseman, at the plate. He takes the first pitch. It misses, and it's 1-0. Davis, the pink batting sleeve on his right arm. He digs back in. No batting gloves for him. The runners on first and second take their lead as Zimmel, the reliever, looks him back. The 1-0 pitch outside. It's 2-0, and it's 6 straight balls now from the right-hander. Wind continues to sway out towards left field. Count 2-0 as Zimmel looks Mercado, the runner in scoring position, back. The 2-0 pitch with 1 gone. It's outside, 7 straight balls. It's 3-0. The outfield played a tad towards left field against the right-handed hitter. The infield at their normal spots, with Vaughn creeping in towards second. The 3-0 pitch. That's in there for a strike. And it's 3-1 with 1 out. Vinny Davis at the plate. Patrick, the right fielder, at first. He worked a 4-pitch walk. Mercado at second after a leadoff base hit. The 3-1. Ground ball to third. Could be 2. Broderick to second for 1. Over to first. In time, double play. Cannon Zimmel gets out of the 7th with a double play ball. It's 5-4-3 on the putout. We'll head to the home half of the 7th inning. The Blazers with a chance to walk it off in game 1. Might be a good idea to have a backup. Still nobody It'll be 7-8-9, trying to get it done for the Quakertown Blazers, trying to walk it off and trying to get their second home win of the year. It would be their second Game 1 doubleheader walk-off if they're able to win it. Count 1-0. It's Braden Black at the plate. The 7-hole hitter is 0 for 1 with an RBI. It's still Noah Rivera on the hill for the Kings. The 1-0 pitch. This is fouled and nubbed back into the protective gear of the catcher, Peter Longo. It's 1-1. Defensive alignment remains the same for the Kings. It's Prince in left, Kulik in center, Patrick in right, Lapp at third, Menino at short, Mercado at second, Davis at first. As the 1-1 from Rivera misses outside, it's 2-1 to Braden Black. Black, 4 walks in his last 2 games. The 2-1 offering, skied in the air out to left field, over a few steps as Prince. He's under it, and he makes the catch for out number 1.
Blazers catcher, number 28, Jackson Schollenberger.
And now it'll be Jackson Schollenberger. A chance at redemption for the catcher who came into today after Wyatt Harrar was pinch ran for by Ty Everett. Schollenberger 0 for 3 with the bases loaded on Thursday. And 2 outs in the inning. He struck out all 3 times. First pitch to him. Swings and fouls it back.
And he's got to be itching for a hit after how he left Thursday. Definitely not the way he wanted. And to come up here with a hit to get it started would be huge for the Blazers.
Fouls this one back into the protective netting, and he's down in the 0-2 hole. This was kind of the issue in those 3 at-bats. He fell down into 2 strike counts. It was 0-2, 1-2, and 1-2 where he struck out all 3 times with the bases loaded. It's now 0-2 from Rivera to Schollenberger with 1 out in the inning, and he fouls this one off down the right field side. Three straight foul balls to start the at-bat from Rivera, who just crosses the triple-digit pitches mark with 100. The 101st is a swing and a miss from Schollenberger. He struck out in his last 4 appearances, and there's 2 outs now in the bottom of the 7th.
Matt Curtis.
And now they turn to the 9-hole hitter, Matt Curtis, and the left fielder who has struggled a little bit defensively, a couple of errors out in left field that have resulted in runs. Here at home at Memorial Park, a chance to put that all by him here in the home half of the 7th. He takes the first pitch that's pumped in for a strike. It's 0-1. The lineup will turn over in extras if we get there. That's upstairs. It's 1-1. Casey Vaughn stands on deck currently. If we do go to extra innings, it's 2 innings maximum, so we can only play a total of 9 as this is a 7-inning doubleheader. The 1-1 pitch with 2 gone. The off speed is in there on the outside corner, and it's 1-2. Outfield playing a tad shallow. As the wind sways to left field. The 1-2 pitch fouled off the pavilion beam, and it's 1-2.
Oh, and it rolled all the way over to the third base foul. That one really slammed off the beam and moved.
Mercado plays a tad deep at second as that pitch is skipped between the legs of Longo. It doesn't matter as there's nobody on, but the count does move to 2-2 to Matt Curtis.
And that would have been a perfect if someone was on. Perfect steal.
Curtis 1 for 7 this week. He is 1 for 2 with an RBI against Pocono in the suspended game, and he takes that close 2-2 pitch outside. It's a full count payoff pitch coming to Matt Curtis from Rivera. There is a right-hander warming in the Kings visiting team's bullpen. Payoff pitch with 2 gone. It plunks the back of Matt Curtis. He'll flip the bat and take his base the hard way, and Casey Vaughn will come up to the plate with a chance to be the hero.
Number 4, Casey Vaughn.
And definitely not what you want if you're the Kings. You get 2 quick outs, tie game. You have that 9-hole batter up. Now, by hitting him, you turn the lineup over. And Vaughn, 0 for 3 on the day, so hasn't had success. But to turn the lineup over in this situation, not ideal at all for the Kings.
And a pinch runner coming on for Matt Curtis. It'll be Grayson Kovac. As the home plate umpire quickly notes it down in his little notebook for Casey Vaughn will take this crucial at-bat here for the Quakertown Blazers as Noah Rivera working on the hill up to 107 pitches now in game one of the doubleheader. See if Kovac gets aggressive on the base paths. He is 4 for 4, perfect stealing bags this year. First pitch from Rivera, he's going. It's in for a strike, the throwdown's offline. No, it's in time as it perfectly glides into the line of Kovac stealing second. Menino applies the tag. And that will do it here in the home half of the seventh. So we will head to extra innings in game one of the doubleheader. We could play a maximum of 2, and there will be no ghost runner. It is a straight normal baseball. So we'll head into the top half of the 8th inning. We'll do extras here in game one. Stay with us here on the Blazers YouTube channel. It'll be 4, 5, 6 due up for the South Jersey Kings here to start extra innings. 2 innings maximum, no ghost runner. It's free baseball at Memorial Park. And Marco Menino, who's 0 for 3 on the night, will start things off. It's still Cannon Zimmel on the hill. His first pitch to him, he swings at it. Flown out to shallow right field. Sawinski charging in, he's under it, and he'll make the catch for a quick out number 1.
Kings third baseman, number 13, Nathan Lapp.
And now it'll be Nathan Lapp, the third baseman. He's 2 for 3, and he also has Prince in the 6th hole standing on deck. He's 2 for 3 as well with an RBI. A much welcomed change for the Kings, who saw their 4 through 9 hitters go 0 for 17 in Thursday's victory. A 6-1 win over the Trenton Generals. Zimmel's first pitch is low. Lapp stands back in as Zimmel works quickly. The 1-0 pitch, it misses upstairs. It's 2-0. Leadoff batter Menino was retired on a fly out to right. So 1 out here in the top half of the 8th and extra innings of game 1. The 2-0 pitch finds the outer half of the zone. It's 2-1. Outfield played a little bit deep and towards left field. Pitch misses inside. It's 3 balls and a strike to Lapp.
And that might have been the least emphatic this ump has been, just going ball after that one, after his excited calls all day.
3-1 is swung on and fouled back out of play over the pavilion. And a payoff pitch on the way to Nathan Lapp. Only 1 walk issued today for Blazers pitchers. The 2 pitchers in this game being Jackson Snyder, who got off to a rocky start, allowing 2 runs in the first. But since then, he went 4 innings, and Zimmel in relief has done well. The payoff pitch, hard hit ground ball to Vaughn. He plays it on a weird hop going up high. His throw across the diamond is in time to nab Lapp for out number 2.
And that was beautiful. We've seen some excellent, crazy infield plays from both teams today.
So Lapp is down, and up coming to the plate will be the right fielder. Or pardon me, not the right fielder, the left fielder, Brandon Prince, with an opportunity to get the first base runner of the inning for the Kings. He takes the first pitch for a ball. It's 1-0. Zimmel quickly working up tempo. 1-0 pitch, ground ball right back to Vaughn. Broderick thought about it. He lets the shortstop get it across in time. 1-2-3 inning for Cannon Zimmel in relief in the top half of the 8th. The Blazers will go into the home half of the 8th with a chance to walk it off once again. Stay with us here on the Blazers YouTube channel. It's 2-2. A new pitcher into the game for the South Jersey Kings and Gavin Alloway. But first, before the Blazers try to walk things off here in Game 1 of the doubleheader, I'd like to thank some of our sponsors tonight on the broadcast for the Quakertown Blazers. The bronze level in Dennis and Barbara Robinson, David and Susan Wilsey, Catherine and George Somich, Captain Bob Seafood, and Jeffrey Huddleston. At the silver level, the Richard and Patricia Tylers, the Quakertown Alive group, the Lewis brothers, Bill and Ruth Ann Kiesel, Joanne Hirsch. The Broccolente MFG Company Incorporated, the Jagalella family, the Entrance Systems Incorporated, the ESI, John Ferris, George Bonakemper, the Fitzgerald Maintenance, Andy Weber, and St. Luke's. We thank all of our sponsors tonight on the Blazers broadcast. As we head to extra innings, the Blazers get out of the top half of the 8th with Cannon Zimmel working in relief. And he gets 3 quick outs. And it'll be Casey Vaughn up to the plate with a chance to make things happen.
And there's no action in the Blazers bullpen right now, so
You know how they feel.
obviously hoping for a walk-off here, but we'll see.
They trust Cannon Zimmel in relief, and they hope that they don't need any other pitchers the rest of this game, as it can only go 9 max. Alloway on the hill, his first offering in relief, is swung on and fouled by Casey Vaughn. Alloway making his second appearance against Quakertown. He pitched in the doubleheader to open the ECCBL season. He went 2 innings, allowed no runs, 2 walks, and no hits. A 1 pitch on the way to Vaughn. He shows bunt, pulls it back. It's in for a strike. It's 0-2. We saw Nathan Lapp, the third baseman, creep in farther once Vaughn showed bunt. The first baseman, Davis, stayed put. Outfield shaded a tad towards left as the wind blows that way against the left-handed hitter, Casey Vaughn. Righty-lefty matchup to start things in the bottom of the 8th inning. 0-2 pitch. This one's popped up, shallow left field. Lapp ranging over in foul territory. He reaches up and he can't make the catch as it popped out of his glove. He had it initially.
And that's a perfect break. Yeah.
It did drop. Just want to make sure.
Perfect break there for the Blazers, as you never want to have your first out or any out on a pop out in foul territory, especially not in the bottom of the 8th in extras. So that's perfect that Vaughn can continue his at-bat here.
Carter Ribbon, who came across to tie the game at 2 and was inserted into this game as a pinch runner, stands on deck. The 0-2 pitch to Vaughn. Misses upstairs. It's 1-2. Alloway making his 7th appearance for the South Jersey Kings this year. As Vaughn, the lefty, stands in. Holding at the hip is Alloway. The 1-2 pitch. Fouled off once again. Vaughn stays alive.
That had a nice pop off the bat if that one went fair.
10 hits to 4 in favor of the Kings. The Blazers were no hit through 3 innings, despite having a run on the board in the bottom half of the second. Alloway holds. The 1-2 pitch on the way to Vaughn. Ground ball right side. The first baseman, Davis, corrals it. He'll flip over to Alloway, and that's in time for out number 1.
Second baseman, number 22, Carter Ribbon.
And now it's Carter Ribbon, who was inserted as a pinch runner, played second base. On the defensive side of things for the Blazers, he'll step in now. Ribbon has struggled a little bit offensively as of late. He's batting 128 this season. He was 0 for 3 against Pocono on Wednesday. The first pitch to him from the righty Alloway is in for a called first strike. The Blazers 2 games back of a playoff spot currently, trying to cut it to 1.5 here in game 1 of the doubleheader. The 0-1 pitch with 1 retired. Ribbon fouls it off. Nobody throwing in either bullpen for the South Jersey Kings or the Blazers, as this can go a maximum of 9 innings. They expect Alloway and Zimmel to go the distance. In the Blazers' case, they hope the offense does the job here as the 0-2 is lifted in the air out the center. Kulik ranging over to his right. He's called off by the left fielder, Prince, and he makes the glove slide over the shoulder catch for out number 2.
Blazers right fielder, number 3, Andrew Swansky.
So now it'll be Andrew Swansky, the right fielder, batting in the 3 spot, making his first appearance for the Orange and Black this season. He'll dig into the left-handed batter's box, looking for the first base runner of the inning. Alloway delivers. The off speed is in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Wind continues to sway towards left field. As the lefty, Swansky, takes that pitch upstairs, it's 1-1. Started game 1 at noon today on this Saturday, June 29th, as that pitch is low. It's now 1:51 Eastern, game 2 of the doubleheader, expected to start around 20 to 30 minutes at the conclusion of this game. Some business to attend to first. 2-1 count now from Alloway to the left-handed hitter, Swansky. With 2 gone in the inning, the pitch bounces in the dirt, and it's 3-1.
And working a walk here would be pretty huge.
Especially with Broderick on deck, who had the base hit to get things going. Score the Blazers' first run. 3-1 count now from Alloway, the right-hander. He delivers. Swansky pops it up foul back behind the pavilion.
The payoff pitch of all payoff pitches coming here.
Bottom of the 8th inning and extra innings. A max of 9 can be played here at Memorial Park, and the 7-inning doubleheader can go 9. That would be the distance. Count is full with 2 retired here in the bottom half of the 8th. Swansky at the plate and Alloway, the right-hander, holding at the hip, the wind-up, the pitch. Ground ball to second. Mercado charging it. He bobbles it, and he can't make the play. He won't fire over to first. An error by Mercado. Swansky's aboard. And now it'll be Dylan Broderick, the cleanup hitter in this game, probably the guy that the Blazers want at the plate in this situation.
And that's Mercado's second error of the game.
Pinch runner on for Swansky. It'll be Logan Sigg.
Pinch running for the Blazers, number 68, Logan Sigg.
Sigg yet to attempt to steal a base this season. An opportunity here for number 1, and it would come at a big spot.
It would, a massive opportunity, but one that has to be taken a little bit cautious, as the third out in the bottom of the 8th in extras can absolutely not come from a stolen base.
It happened in the 7th, unfortunately, to Grayson Kovac. As Broderick checks his swing, it's in for a strike. It's 0-1. Broderick is 0 for 2 today, but he has the RBI sac fly that scored the first run of the game. Down to the count at no balls and a strike, and that one plunks the back of Broderick. We see it once again. He tosses the bat. He'll head to first. And with 2 gone in the inning,
And
it'll be
if
the
you
center
were the-
fielder, Mason Woolwine.
if you're the Kings, this is not, I'm kind of surprised there's not a mound visit here, as you have an error, then you hit by a pitch, and now you have Mason Moline, who's been a hot batter up for the Blazers. Things really not how you drew up the bottom of this eighth going if you're the Kings.
Third consecutive relief appearance for Alloway. His first 3 appearances on the hill, whereas a starter, as that one bounces in the dirt, it's a stop by Longo. But it's 1-0 now to Woolwine. Woolwine successful today. He's 2 for 2 with a walk and one of the 2 runs scored for the Blazers. He stands in the right-handed batter's box with runners on first and second. The winning run at second as that pitch is outside. Logan Sigg stands on second. Broderick at first. The count 1-0 to Mason Woolwine, the center fielder. Alloway looks the runner back. The pitch. This one's ripped out to left field. It hooks foul.
That's if it just stayed a little bit more fair. That would have walked it off.
Pardon me. Count now 2-1 to Mason Woolwine. Just a tad early on the last offering from Alloway. The winning run at second in Logan Sigg. Alloway holds at the hip. The 2-1 with 2 outs in the inning. Off speed is in there on the outside corner. And the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Tense moments here at Memorial Park. Sigg the winning run at second in scoring position. Alloway's 2-2. Inside, and it almost hit Woolwine, and now they said it did. Woolwine initially didn't go to first, and then the home plate umpire said it nubbed his elbow or possibly his wrist, and the bases are loaded. The winning run is 90 feet away. And it's Mike Pasco coming to the plate with Logan Sigg on third, representing the winning run.
And what a turn of events in this game. As the Kings manager goes out to talk to the home plate ump. Oh no. We can't really tell if it hit him. Woolwine didn't move, so.
That's normally an indication that you would think it didn't hit him, but you can't really overturn this now. I would think you're not just going to change the home plate umpire's mind unless the field umpire came out and overruled him, which I doubt we're going to see.
And Woolwine will happily load the bases for the Blazers. Sends a Mike Pasco up to the plate.
So Grayson Kovac was the hero to get the first win of the season at Memorial Park for the Blazers in Game 1 of a doubleheader 2 weeks ago. Now an opportunity for Mike Pasco. The base is loaded in the bottom half of the 8th. Logan Sigg is 90 feet away as the winning run. Alloway's first offering. It bounces in the dirt, and Longo stops it. It saves the game. Dylan Broderick at second, Woolwine at first. Those runners all not that important. Sigg stands 90 feet away. Alloway holds at the hip. His 1-0 offering to Pasco is fouled back off the pavilion beam. Alloway now up to 24 pitches in relief. Sigg inserted as a pinch runner. He stands now on third. The winning run 90 feet away. The 1-1 pitch with 2 gone. It's fouled back, and it's 1-2 to Pasco. Pasco 0 for 3 today with 2 strikeouts. A hit here will go a long way to erasing that.
Certainly.
The runners take their leads. The base is juiced with Alloway holding at the hip. The 1-2 pitch. Pasco pops it back out of play.
And Pasco's doing his job of staying alive during the most important at-bat of this whole game.
Pasco needs a base hit to send the Blazers into their 7th victory and their 2nd win here at Memorial Park. Sigg 90 feet away. He takes his lead. The 1-2 pitch. It's low and away. Count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pasco, the designated hitter in this game. The right-handed hitter with the white batting gloves. He stands in now with the tall stance. Alloway holds at the hip. The winning run 90 feet away in game one of the doubleheader. The 2-2 pitch. It's fouled back off the protective netting, or protective gear, I should say, of the catcher. And we'll do a 2-2 once again.
Pasco's doing his job of keeping this critical at bat alive.
Competitive at bat here between Alloway and Pasco with the winning run standing on third in Logan Sig. The 2-2 pitch with 2 gone. Stop by Longo. It's low. Payoff on the way. Crowd in Quakertown's dugout continues to clap and urge the designated hitter Mike Pasco on. He stands in awaiting the payoff pitch from Alloway as Logan Sig takes his lead from third. Alloway gets the sign from the catcher Longo. He holds at the belt. The windup and the pitch. Pasco lifts this one in the air. Shallow infield pop-up. The first baseman Davis over, calling everyone off, and he makes the catch. The bases loaded in the 8th for the Blazers, but Mike Pasco can't come through. And we'll head into the top of the 9th. The final chance for both the Kings and the Blazers to try to will this one into their favor. We can only play 9 here in the 7-inning doubleheader, 2 extra innings max, so this will be at 3 outs for both teams remaining. Cannon Zimmel on the hill for the Blazers as we enter the top of the 9th inning. Stay with us here on the Blazers YouTube channel. Started with the back end of the order for the Blazers in extra innings, and now the Kings lineup, 7, 8, 9 due up in the top half of the 9th inning. Their chance to try to end things if they could play to run here and then shut out the Blazers. But this is the last gasp for them if they want to get out of this with a tie or a win. First pitch swinging here from Hughes. It's fouled out of play.
And the Kings have someone warming up in their bullpen. I don't know who it is, but
Can't give you a number. I think it's,
12?
I'm not sure. Pitch here from Zimmel. That's on the inside corner for a strike, and it's quickly 0-2 to Jack Hughes.
The black jerseys with the white numbers, though, are a lot easier to see
than
than
Southside.
Southside.
Yep. Same defensive alignment here for the Blazers. In the top of the 9th is Cannon Zimmel gets the leadoff hitter via the frontwards K. A strikeout for Hughes.
Kings catcher number 40, Peter Longo.
The 5th strikeout for the Blazers pitching staff, and the first for Zimmel. It's a 3-pitch K to start things. Hughes is down and retired. It's now the catcher, Peter Longo. The right-hander delivers. Longo lifts this one in the air out the center. Ranging to his right is Woolline, the center fielder. He makes the catch for out number 2.
Kings center fielder number 27, Michael Pullen.
4 pitches, 2 outs for Cannon Zimmel, the right-hander in relief. Nobody up in the Blazers bullpen, so they expect him to get this final out. Zimmel now up to 43 pitches in relief. Kulik takes the first pitch in for a strike. It's 0-1. Blazers trying to cut their playoff spot deficit down to 1.5 games as that's in for a strike. Efficiency so far here from Cannon Zimmel in relief. He's up into an 0-2 count with 2 retired. The pitch in on the hands and fouled back. Zimmel holds. The 0-2 with 2 gone. Swing and a miss. It's in the dirt and tag. Schollenberger makes the play and the stop. So we'll head
Perfect.
to the bottom of the 9th inning. The Blazers will get at least a tie out of this. They can go for the win. All they need is 1 run. 3 outs to work with. We'll head to the bottom of the 9th. Stay with us here on the Blazers YouTube channel. The day is done for Gavin Alloway. It's Ethan Johnson trying to get the 3 out, not a save, but 3 out to make it a tie here at Quakertown Memorial Park as the Blazers search for a run. It'll be Braden Black leading things off. He's 0 for 2 today. 7 Nation Army plays during the half-inning break as Black looks at the first pitch and leaves it upstairs. It's 1-0.
And the Blazers really need to walk it off here, ending it in a tie.
As Black hits this one in the air out the center, ranging to his right is Kulik. He's ranging back. It drops down. It's going to roll all the way to the wall. Black's on his way to second, thinking about 3. He's churning over to the third base bag. He slides in. The throw bounces. It's not in time. A lead-off triple. And now it'll be Jackson Schollenberger with the winning run standing 90 feet away. All he needs to do is put the ball in play. He's unfortunately struck out in his last 4 appearances, 3 of them with the bases loaded and 2 outs, but a chance to put it all behind him here as the infield creeps into the infield grass.
And good things happen when there's a leadoff man on with no outs.
Braden Black 90 feet away. The first pitch is yanked and almost goes to the backstop, but Longo, a nice save. Second time he's done that today. Schollenberger trying to put the runners in scoring position. Woes behind him. The pitch upstairs 2-0. Braden Black comes through with a leadoff triple over the head of the center fielder, Michael Kulik. And now it's Ethan Johnson trying to pitch his way out of the jam to give the Kings a tie. The 2-0 pitch on the outer half of the zone. It's now 2-1.
That's a good one to take.
Nobody out here in the bottom of the 9th inning. A chance to walk it off for the Blazers. Schollenberger trying to be the hero. The 2-1 sails outside. It's 3-1. The Blazers 1-8 at home this year at Memorial Park. They haven't won in 2 weeks here at home. The 3-1. Schollenberger hits this one in the air out to left field. It's shallow. Charging in is Prince. Tagging from third is Black. The throw home. It's offline, and the Blazers walk it off. Schollenberger, the RBI sac fly. And Braden Black, after a leadoff triple, comes across the plate to score the winning run. And game one goes to Quakertown 3-2.
And what an ending. I mean, Schollenberger really, we talked about Thursday night where he had those 3 opportunities with the bases loaded, strikeout, struck out earlier when he could have done something. But what a way to come up there with the sac fly to score the walk-off run in Braden Black.
Coming through at the moment they needed him. In the bottom of the 9th inning, Braden Black and Jackson Schollenberger get the job done and take game 1 of the doubleheader. So the Blazers improve to 7-11. They're only a game and a half now out of a playoff spot as the South Jersey Kings drop to 8-12-1. So the winning pitcher in this game, Cannon Zimmel, he gets the job done in relief of Jackson Snyder. He goes 4 innings, allows 3 hits and no runs, 1 walk and 2 Ks. Jackson Snyder, who started the game, goes 5 innings, allows 7 hits, 2 runs, both in the first inning. But this pitching staff of the Blazers, those 2 guys get the job done, and Braden Black and Jackson Schollenberger do it offensively in the 9th. And the Blazers come away with a much-needed victory. So we'll be back here for game 2. Should be coming in the next 20 to 30 minutes. We'll get you the starting lineup. So hang with us here on the Blazers YouTube channel as Quakertown takes game 1, 3-2. Back here for game two, off to a quick start as the first pitch is launched in the air out to center field, and that one's hauled in. Still catching up here as we just got these starting lineups, so
Number 35, Ben Patrick.
we'll get you those in a brief minute once everything loads up here and we're good to go.
Oh my goodness.
This is how the game two of the doubleheader
Good to
normally
hear.
goes.
Fly out to center?
Yes.
Okay. I'm doing the book and perfect. Pop out.
Quakertown took game one off the bat of Jackson Schollenberger, an RBI sacrifice fly out to left field, and Braden Black, who led things off in the ninth with a triple, came across to score. Catching up, Julia. I'm still catching up.
Yeah. These double headers, the second game, you just look up and you're like, whoa, all the play.
Still waiting on the game changer front, so we'll get you the lineups in a brief minute. The lineup for the South Jersey Kings, we do have that. The second baseman, Ty Mercado, just led things off with a fly out to center. The right fielder, Brandon Petrick, is at the plate now, and he leaves that one low, low, and it's 2-0. Get some crowd noise added into the back to that.
Dugout noise. To
Dugout,
be
yeah.
More precise.
2-0 count now. The pitch. This one's flown back out of play. On the hill today for the Blazers in game two of the doubleheader, Cole Snyder. Snyder has been pretty reliable so far. He's had a little bit of trouble with command with 5 walks issued in his 2 appearances, but he's only allowed 1 total hit and no earned runs yet, one of the 3 relief pitchers on this team that have yet to allow a run. Snyder holds up towards the Blazers' lettering in a 2-2 count with 1 gone in the inning. That's in there. Backwards K for Cole Snyder. He gets his first strikeout of game 2 for out number 2.
The first baseman from Manhattan, number 30, Vinny Davis.
Now it'll be Vinny Davis. He had 2 hits in game 1. First baseman batting again the 3 spot. The top half of the order for the South Jersey Kings remains the same. 1 through 5 is identical. 2 gone in the inning. The first pitch here to Davis. Popped up foul territory towards the first base side. Broderick ranging over. He makes the catch. 1, 2, 3 to start for Cole Snyder. So we will head into the home half of the first inning. Still scoreless here at Memorial Park in game 2. Back here for the home half of the first inning. A 1-2-3 start for Cole Snyder and company for the Blazers to get into the bottom of the first, still scoreless. It was Noah Rivera on the hill for the South Jersey Kings in game one. He went 7 innings and pitched into the triple digits, only allowing 2 runs. Both of them via sacrifice opportunities. The 1-0 pitch on the way from Salvador Doubleheader, the pitcher in this game for the Kings, starting on the hill in game 2.
And we should finally be all caught up with the lineups here
Hopefully, man.
as Everett fouls that one back over the pavilion.
I'm still catching up. So leading things off for Quakertown will be Ty Everett, the third baseman. The second baseman, Carter Ribbon, will bat second. Actually, the positions might be wrong. We're going to have to figure it out in the break. Andrew Swarzky will hit third. Dylan Broderick in the cleanup spot. Mason Woolwine hits fifth. Drew Simpson follows him. Jackson Schollenberger after that. Matt Curtis and Grayson Kovac to round it off. As Everett pops this one up, it drops right in front of the second base bag on one hop. Played over. Everett beats it out. An infield single to lead things off.
And that was excellent on both ends. Excellent, like we've talked about if you listen to game one. Success for the Blazers comes when there is a runner on base with no outs. That's where their successes all come from. Secondly, we've seen some really nice fielding, and that was an excellent play there from the shortstop and Marco Menino to, have that ball drop, fire it over to first. That was a pretty bang-bang play that Everett was safe on.
Ribbon shows bunt and pulls it back. The pitch misses inside. Everett takes his lead on first as Doubleheader, the starter in game 2, looks him back, the right-hander, facing Ribbon in the right-handed batter's box. The pitch, Everett's off. It's upstairs. Throw down from the catcher. It's offline, and it's not in time. Everett swipes the bag for his second stolen base of the season. So Everett now into scoring position here. In the bottom of the first inning as the Blazers look to score first. The Kings struck first in game 1 in the top half of the first. 1-1 pitch. Ribbon ground ball foul. Everett standing on second will take his lead in scoring position. Still nobody out here in the bottom half of the first inning for the Kings. The pitch. 1-2 misses outside. Ribbon leaves it. He works the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ribbon came across to score one of the 3 runs in game 1 as he was inserted as a pinch runner for Wyatt Harrar, the catcher. As the 2-2's on the way and swing and a miss from Ribbon, he's down on strikes.
And Ribbon's shaking his head walking to the dugout. That pitch was just a little too outside, but there was a lot of movement on it, which probably contributed to why he swung in it with 2 outs. But he's shaking his head, frustrated after that one.
So Andrew Swarzky, the right fielder in game 1, will step into the left-handed batter's box now with 1 retired. He checks his swing. It's in for a strike. It's 0-1. Mercado starts at second base once again. Petrick in right field. Vinny Davis at first. It's the top 3 hitters in the lineup as Swarzky swings and misses to that offering. Marco Menino once again at short. Nathan Lapp over at third. Brandon Prince now in center field. Trevor Myers doing the catching. Designated hitter is Joey Sirocco, and the left fielder, Anthony Friedman, will bat ninth. That pitch is fouled back by Swarzky. It's 0-2. Everett covered in dirt after swiping the second base bag for his second stolen base of the year. He takes the lead. The 0-2 with 1 gone is outside. Swarzky has the protective gear on his right ankle. The red kind of contrasts a little bit with the gray pants a little oddly. Stands in now awaiting the 1-2 offering from Doubleheader. Pops this one up towards right field. Shallow right now. The first baseman over, calling everybody off is Vinny Davis. He awaits and makes the catch for out number 2. We thank you for joining us today on Game 2 of the doubleheader this Saturday afternoon at Memorial Park. Game 2 getting underway just around the 2:45 Eastern mark. This game 1 concluded around 2:20 p.m. A walk-off win for the Blazers in the bottom of the 9th inning in the 7-inning doubleheader. So bottom of the 9th walk-off normal. Not all that normal in a 7-inning doubleheader as the first pitch to Dylan Broderick is in for a called first strike. Infield shifts a tad towards the left side of the infield, towards third base, and now retreating back is Mercado, the second baseman, as Delafave gets a swing and a miss from Broderick. It's 0-2. Mason Woolwine stands on deck. Delafave looks the runner back. Everett takes a bigger lead as Broderick pokes this one opposite field. Under it is the right fielder. And he'll make the catch for out number 3. That's Brandon Petrick. And we'll head into the visiting half of the second. Still scoreless here at Memorial Park. First pitch from Cole Snyder is in for a strike. As Marco Menino lead things off. Here in the second inning, Snyder's 0-1 delivery is low and away. Clouds continuing to cover the sun here at Memorial Park. No
And
need for the lights.
The wind continues to blow.
Ground ball towards the second base side. And that's over to first in time for out number 1. A nice play by Drew Simpson. So Snyder gets out number 1 via the ground out. And after Menino is retired, it'll be the third baseman, Nathan Lapp. Snyder holds up towards the Blazers' lettering, facing the third baseman in the right-hand batter's box. That pitch is on the outer half of the zone. It's 0-1. Infield and outfield played to their normal depths. As Snyder kicks the pitch. This one's roped out the shallow center field. Woolwine charges and plays it on one hop. That's a one-out base hit for the third baseman, Nathan Lapp.
And that was just a perfectly hit ball from Lapp. And we've talked about that. That's what the Kings were able to do in that first inning of game 1. Just hit those balls in those perfect spots.
This pitch is sending the air out to shallow right field in foul territory, and that drops in foul territory. It's Brandon Prince now on into the right-handed batter's box for the South Jersey Kings. I think we're all caught up now in this quick game 2 start here on the Blazers YouTube channel. Quick throw over to first in time safely there. Lapp, the senior from Millersville, standing on first. He takes a lead. As Snyder looks towards home plate and his catcher, Schollenberger, the 0-1 with one gone, is low and away. Defensive alignment for Quakertown. Ty Everett's at third base. Carter Ribbon is over at shortstop. Drew Simpson making his first start earlier is at second. This one's poked foul down the right field side. At first base, it's Dylan Broderick. Matt Curtis, Mason Woolwine, and Grayson Kovac out in the outfield from left to right. Jackson Schollenberger does the catching, and Cole Snyder on the hill. Count 1-2 here. To Brandon Prince, snap throw over to first. He's there safely. The catcher, Trevor Myers, stands on deck. 1-2 pitch with one retired way up high and corralled by Schollenberger. And the count moves even to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Taking a lead now is Lapp as that one misses inside. Count full. Myers, Sirocco, and Freudman will follow here in the top half of the second as the runner goes on the payoff pitch. This one's lifted in the air out to shallow right center, and that drops in. Charging it is the right fielder, Kovac. On to third moves Lapp, and it's runners on the corners with one out in the inning. This is the second doubleheader against the South Jersey Kings for the Quakertown Blazers. The first one was a split back to open the ECCBL season at the beginning of June. This one being played here at Memorial Park. Blazers took game one on walk-off fashion in the bottom of the ninth. Runners on the corners here for South Jersey as they try to strike first once again in back-to-back games as the first pitch. A swing and a miss from Trevor Myers, the catcher. Brandon Prince stands on first base, Lapp at third, snap throw back over to first. And Prince is there safely. Snyder yet to allow an earned run this season. One of them stands 90 feet away here as this one's poked towards the right side, played on a hop, going to second for one, over to first, not in time. And it gets by as well. An RBI ground out, or an RBI base hit on the infield. On the fielder's choice there for Trevor Myers. And South Jersey leads it 1-0 here, so they struck first in back-to-back games. It's now the 12th time the opponent has scored first against the Blazers, but they changed a trend, getting their second win when that happens in game one of the doubleheader. Swing and a miss there from Joey Socorro. Snyder holds and fires. The pitch misses outside. Antonio Freeman, the left fielder, stands on deck. As Myers takes his lead from first, that pitch misses outside again. Count 2-1 now to the designated hitter in this game, the senior from Mercer County Community College, Joey Sirocco. That pitch, or pardon me, Socorro. As that pitch misses inside, it's 3-1 now. Myers takes his lead from first as Broderick stands on the bag, holding him off. Snyder delivers, fouled back into the protective netting, right at us. But good thing there's netting here. We thank you for joining us here on the Blazers YouTube channel on this Saturday doubleheader in Game 2. The Blazers walk off Game 1 after Braden Black leads the ninth off with a triple, and Jackson Schollenberger comes through with an RBI sac fly. That pitch misses low. And that's a 5-pitch gentleman's walk issued to Socorro, and Freeman now, the left fielder, due up. Freeman will operate with a runner in scoring position at second base. That's Trevor Myers, the catcher, who came through on the fielder's choice to score the game's first run. Snyder holds up towards the Blazers' lettering. He throws back to second, and Carter Ribbon makes a nice play, diving back to his right to stop that one from spraying out into the outfield.
Excellent dive there to prevent the runner from advancing to third.
The runner on second, Myers, takes his lead. Snyder looks him back. First pitch to Friedman. That's in for a called first strike. And the count 0-1 as Schollenberger will meet on the mound quickly with his pitcher. Talking things over now. The wind still swaying out, as you can see the trees and the backdrop in the outfield swaying to the left, moving towards left field. Still a sky covered with clouds today here at Memorial Park. The heat, as a result, not as bad as it has been recently in Quakertown. The whole last week really has not been as bad as the previous week.
The heat wave died down.
It did.
Thankfully.
Count now 0-1 to the 9-hole hitter in the left fielder, Friedman. Snyder looking Myers at second back in the pitch. It bounces in the dirt outside, and it's 1-1. Infield and outfield played to their normal depths, with the outfield shifted just a tad towards left against the right-handed hitter. As Snyder holds towards the Blazers' lettering, looking the runner back once again. He steps off. Infield playing will be well inside of the outfield grass. 1-1 on the way with two retired, back into the protective netting, and it's a 1-2 count to Antonio Friedman. The Kings now 1-3 in their last 4 games after suffering 2 defeats at the hands of the Trenton Generals and the Trenton Capitals earlier this week. Followed that up with a win, though, on Thursday against the Generals, the Trenton trifecta, as I called it earlier. 1-2 on the way with 2 retired, and Snyder gets a swing and a miss, and he strands 2 runners, but not before the South Jersey Kings plate the first run of the ball game. So we'll head to the home half of the second inning with the Kings leading 1-0. He said it's for us. He's like, you can have it if you want. I was like, all right. Gunnar Henderson's walk-up song. All right, I got all types of wire issues. We had Gunnar Henderson's walk-up song playing during the half-inning break, and now Mason Woolwine will dig into the right-handed batter's box to lead things off here in the top of the second inning. Ty Everett reached aboard on the infield hit to lead things off in the first. That's in for a called first strike to Mason Woolwine. Delafave on the hill, the right-hander gets the same pitch. Now this time more on the outer half of the plate. It's in for a called strike. It's 0-2. Oh, 2 pitch misses high and inside. Sways back towards the blue batting helmet of Mason Woolwine. He avoids it.
Very close.
Yeah. Count 1-2. King strike first in back-to-back games in this doubleheader. Is this one not going to be avoided by Woolwine? It plunks him in the lower back, and he'll toss his bat and take his base the hard way. And now it'll be Drew Simpson, who made his first start in game 1 of the doubleheader. Simpson in that game played pretty well at second base defensively.
And Woolwine was hit by a pitch in the bottom of the 8th. I thought it was him. Just wanted to confirm, but he's been hit by a pitch twice today.
So a lot of payoff pitches in that rally, as well as some batters that were plunked by fellow Kings pitchers, as Delafave delivers the 1-0 in the dirt. Nice stop by Myers. The infield for the South Jersey Kings from left to right is Nathan Lapp, Menino, Mercado, and Davis. As that ball gets away, and advancing over to second is Woolwine on the ball that goes out of play on the throw over. Look down for 1 second. I look back up, and there's a ball sailing out of play.
Oh, my goodness.
These game 2 of the doubleheaders here.
You can't look
apart.
away for a
You just
second
can't?
because
Something always going on.
yeah, there's always something. Maybe, I don't think chaotic is the right word, but maybe like controlled chaos.
Yeah, the pregame is definitely chaos, but
It feels like it's just always something.
Jackson Schollenberger is standing on deck as Drew Simpson places down a bunt and now pulls it back. And he's now ahead of the count at 3 balls and no strikes. Salvador Delafave on the hill, the right-hander, up to 22 pitches now. As that one finds the zone, and it's a 3-ball and 1 strike count to the second baseman, Drew Simpson. Second baseman Mercado echoing that he's around the second base bag for a throwback over, and the 3-1's on the way. As this one's hitting the air out to right center, ranging over to his left is Prince. Tagging from second is Woolwine as the out is recorded, and he will get there standing up. The job is done, though, by Drew Simpson, getting the runner over 90 feet away, and now with 1 out.
And it's nice to see a runner on third with just 1 out for the Blazers.
Yeah. They came through with 3 sacrifice RBIs after only having 4 entering the game all season. And a chance here for Schollenberger, who got the job done in the 9th to walk it off with an RBI sacrifice fly. That scored Braden Black. Standing 90 feet is Mason Woolwine, 90 feet away, as the first pitch is a check swing. It misses, and it's 1-0. Schollenberger avenging the runners in scoring position woes that he had. He was 0 for 3 with 3 Ks with the bases loaded and 2 outs on Thursday. He takes that pitch up and inside. It's 2-0 now. And he came through with the RBI sacrifice fly to end things in game 1. Could have been a tie, and if it was a tie, it would have kind of annoyed me, as we would have always had the tie on the record books for the Blazers for the foreseeable future. That's in for a strike.
Yeah, ties don't make it pretty.
Yeah. If you've ever been a fan of an NFL team that has a tie, it makes things easier for you tie-breaking wise, because you normally aren't tying with a team that has a tie. This one's ripped right back up the middle, and that's going to sneak through for a 1-out RBI base hit for Jackson Schollenberger. Mason Woolwine comes across, and we're knotted at 1.
The left fielder for Ithaca, number 18, Matt Curtis.
And this is what the Blazers have needed to do all season, and we saw it in game one. Just saw it now. They find themselves in a hole, and then they score. So now it's all tied up. So that's what, keeping that gap, keep just scoring runs as the other team scores runs, and hopefully scoring more. Big key to success for them.
Matt Curtis at the dish now. He's down on the count at 0-1 with one retired. Schollenberger standing on first, and he's going. The pitch is high and inside. Myers' throw down skips past, and it's backed up, though, but into second moves Schollenberger with a stolen base. Schollenberger made his first start here at home since June 15th on Thursday. Now he gets the start in Game 2 after being inserted as a catcher after Everett pinch ran for Wyatt Harrar, the catcher, in Game 1, as this one's popped up in foul territory. And the catcher, Myers, I don't think saw it. He's still standing out with his arms up, kind of surprised.
Yeah, it went about 4 feet maybe down the first baseline, but way foul. The first baseman in Vinny Davis tried to charge it, and then I think he realized he had no shot, but I don't think him or Myers realized how close it would have been to Myers.
Yeah. It's definitely playable. Could have been out number 2. Schollenberger now in his second with one out. After stealing the bag at second and coming through with the RBI. Base hit through the hole. Infield was playing really in. The ball wasn't too well hit, but it was at the right spot. The 1-2 pitch with one out. Just outside from Doubleheader. Curtis trying to come through here in the home half of the second inning. Tie ball game at 1. The pitch, low and outside. And the count moves full. Stop me if you heard that before.
In Game 1, and it seems so far the trend in Game 2, a lot of competitive at-bats from both teams.
Curtis 0 for 2 in Game 1. He's worked the payoff pitch, and he fouls it back. Grayson Kovac getting the start in this game. He stands on deck. He will play right field. Doubleheader, the right-hander, twisting his fingers around the ball, trying to adjust the grip before this payoff pitch that's coming with one out here in the bottom half of the second, and Schollenberger on second, and it misses inside. Curtis works a full count and turns it into a walk. And now it'll be Grayson Kovac coming to the plate with one out here in the inning and runners on first and second. Kovac currently tied for the lead in extra base hits for the Blazers with 5. Also in second in the team in RBIs. A chance here as he takes a big hack at the first pitch and misses. It's 0-1. Pair of stolen bases here for the Blazers to start the first 2 innings offensively. A welcome change after we only saw 1 stolen base on Thursday from Casey Vaughn. The 0-1 pitch, that's in there. It's 0-2. Schollenberger on second. He takes his lead as Curtis at first does the same with no one covering the bag. The 0-2 outside from Doubleheader.
And the Blazers just continue to work these counts.
The Blazers put up 3 runs in Game 1, just around their normal average, above their average here at home. The 1-2 pitch with one out. Kovac fouls it back. They'd been averaging just around under 2 runs per game here at home. They put up 3, and it was enough due to Jackson Snyder on the hill getting the start and the winning pitcher in the game, Cannon Zimbel, coming through with 4 innings in relief. Here's the 1-2. In on the hands, and it's fouled off by Kovac. Sun's starting to show a little bit here at Memorial Park as the normal constant cloud coverage goes away for a second. here on this Saturday afternoon in Game 2 of the doubleheader. Mercado dancing around the second base bag as Schollenberger takes a lead. Chopper right back to Menino. Could be two. To second for one. Over to first. Not in time. Schollenberger over to third. It's runners on the corners. And it's the leadoff hitter, Ty Everett, with the lineup turning over. The Mercer Mammoths took game 1 of the doubleheader against Southside, and the Pocono Timber Rattlers also lost today, which helps the Blazers as both those teams in the Northern Division. Runner from first is going. It's high and inside. Everett avoids it. The throw down to second, and it is in. No, it's not in time as it dropped out of the glove, and Schollenberger comes home to score on the double steal.
Beautiful. Beautifully executed. And the perfect pitch to steal because it was so inside that Myers had to move his whole body and not just his glove to the left. And then, messed up the third on, had him safe. Schollenberger scored. Perfect pitch to steal on, and it worked out for the Blazers.
1-0 count now for Everett. He fouls it back with 2 outs. And Kovac still stands at second. He'll take his lead. And it looked like that throw was going to beat him, but Kovac, avoids the tag originally, and then it pops out of the glove either way of Mercado. So as a result, it's 2-1, the Blazers lead.
And he had 2 errors in game 1, and he's someone who's struggled a little bit in this doubleheader.
Couple of bobbles that gave the Blazers some infield hits and errors as Everett swings at the off speed and pops it up in the infield towards the left side. The third baseman lap calls everybody off, and he makes the catch for out number 3. But the Blazers come through in the home half of the second inning, scoring 2 runs on a double steal from Jackson Schollenberger, and Kovac reaching second safely in the RBI single from Schollenberger on a hard ground ball up the middle to Point Mason Woolwine. So we'll head to the third inning. The score 2-1. The Blazers lead. Ty Mercado and the top of the lineup due up here for the South Jersey Kings after falling behind in the home half of the second. It's 2-1, the Blazers lead. First pitch from Cole Snyder's in for a strike. Mercado leaves that one outside. Fielder's choice, able to get Schollenberger over to third in the home half of the second. And then as a result, the double steal ends up working out in the Blazers' favor as that one's fouled off the top of the pavilion. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes.
It's always funny watching the crowd jump when it hits off the top of the roof.
I do enjoy it.
I don't think anyone anticipates it.
Snyder kicks the 1-2. Got him looking. Mercado down on strikes via the backwards K for out 1. Third strikeout of the night for Cole Snyder. And now it'll be the right fielder, Brandon Petrick. Snyder's delivery misses outside. Snyder holds towards the Blazers' lettering in the upper body as that pitch is bounced in the dirt. And it's 2-0. The infield from left to right, Ty Everett, Carter Ribbon, Drew Simpson making his second start, and Dylan Broderick over at first. Cole Snyder on the hill. Jackson Schollenberger doing the catching with Matt Curtis in left, Mason Woolwine in center, and Grayson Kovac in right. 2-0 pitch with one gone. That's Sales outside, and it's 3-0.
And if you're Petrick, you're probably taking this pitch after seeing 3 straight balls.
That pitch bounces in, just like you said, Julia. He will take that pitch and take his walk. Trotting down to first with one retired in the inning. And now it'll be Vinny Davis, the senior from Manhattan, who had 2 hits in game 1. Snyder holding once again. And the first pitch is flown in the air out to center. Charging in is Woolwine, and he will have to let that one drop in for a 1-out base hit. Mercado's over to second, and just like that, it's runners on first and second.
Just like that is kind of the perfect way. I mean, just boom. Have a runner on first, and then the next pitch, runners on first and second for the Kings.
And now it's Marco Menino at the plate. Petrick standing on second with Vinny Davis at first as that pitch misses inside. Snyder allowing his first earned run of the season in the top half of the second inning. Through his 2 outings, he was yet to allow an earned run. Count now 1-0 with 1 out in the inning. Snyder's delivery is outside. It's 2-0. Blazers have worked themselves just to 1.5 games back behind the 3 seed in the North, which is a playoff spot, chasing the Pocono Timber Rattlers. As Snyder kicks the 2-0 pitch, lifted in the air into foul territory towards the Blazers dugout. Broderick ranging over, and he can't make the catch. Count moves to 2-1, an opportunity there for the first baseman, but a tough play towards the dugout wall.
And I was going to say, another opportunity where Broderick's athleticism is shown off. I mean, we've seen him pitch. He had an excellent catch and a couple plays at third in game 1, and now at first. Good one there.
Snyder holds, looking to runner back from second, and fires this one, and it's ripped in the air on a line drive right to Carter Ribbon, and he has it for the double play, stepping on second with the runner moving. So just like that, Snyder works out of the jam and will head to the home after the 3rd inning. It's 2-1, the Blazers lead. I saw you had the pitcher getting a hit, and I was like, uh-oh. Fine with me. Leading things off for the Blazers will be Carter Ribbon here in the bottom half of the third inning. Still on the hill is Salvador Delafave in this game for the South Jersey Kings, who lost game one in walk-off fashion to the Blazers. First pitch here to Ribbon. It's in for a called first strike.
If anyone's following along on Game Changer, finally up to date. Finally
Yes.
got it all right. So
Which is very helpful to somebody who's sitting in the broadcast booth, a.k.a. me. This one's ripped right back up the middle. Over to his left is Menino, and it bounces off the tip of his glove. And that's a leadoff base hit for Carter Ribbon.
And we talk about, it's not how hard you hit it, it's where you hit it. That one was hit hard, but what a perfect kind of hit there from him, because it bounces past Delafave's glove and past Menino's glove. I mean, to bounce past two is pretty impressive.
So Ribbon with some speed on first. He will take his lead. He's 6 for 7 stealing bags. Actually, 7 for 8. He had one in the last game. Just hasn't been updated yet. Didn't have a lot of time to update the spreadsheet. But either way, 7 for his last 8 as Andrew Swartsky now digs in to the left-handed batter's box. He's ahead in the count at 1-0 against Delafave. The right-hander deals, and it's fouled back. The infield from left to right for the South Jersey Kings in this game. Nathan Lapp is at third. Menino at short, Mercado at second, and Davis is at first. Doing the catching is new to this doubleheader, Trevor Myers. That's in for a strike. It's 1-2. Swartsky digs back in, still with the protective red gear on his right ankle. As Ribbon takes a lead, the 1-2 offering is fouled back into the protective netting. It's impressive for the Blazers to get out of that first game of the doubleheader with a victory, and by a score of 3-2, as this offense of the South Jersey Kings has the second highest scoring output this year in the ECCBL. As this one's golfed in the air into shallow center. Mercado's trying to get under it. Now the center fielder, Prince, calls everybody off, and he makes the catch for out number 1.
Good play there for the Kings. A good communication from Trevor Myers. We've seen a lot of different catchers, a lot of different catching styles through all the teams that the Blazers have hosted here at Memorial. But Myers doing a good job there of being that general of the field and communicating between Prince and Mercado on who has that fly ball.
Broderick fouls the first pitch back. Carter Ribbon still on first base. Broderick still rocking the white batting sleeve, this time in the right-handed batter's box. The 0-1 pitch on the way, and another hit by pitch, the third in the doubleheader, as Broderick will take his base, and Ribbon advances to second. We might have to get into the Phillies NBC Sports Philadelphia broadcast style of eating during the game, as I'm just not going to lie here. I'm getting a little hungry. It's been a while since I've ate.
We have nice pretzels.
That's where I was going, yeah. The wonderful Joe Carnice, our PA announcer / game changer / whatever our general manager needs him to do.
Utility,
Yep.
but not utility on the field, utility.
And the staff for the Blazers. He graciously brought us a pretzel from the Philly Pretzel Factory after failing to retrieve food from Wendy's and McDonald's. He went there, and he just dropped the pretzel off up here in the booth. Sitting to the left of us.
And
It's been looking enticing all game long.
And it's rough in Quakertown when you only end up with a pretzel, because I think there might be almost every fast food place to exist in Quakertown.
I'm sure if you're from around the area, you're familiar. That pitch bounces in the dirt, and Woolwine's quickly ahead in this count. 2 balls and no strikes. Woolwine currently rocking a 10-game hitting streak that he extended in game 1, trying to make it 11 here, but he's a little bit tougher to do in a 7-inning game. It was 9, obviously, in game 1, but he had a hit in his first appearance. 2-0 on the way, and he swings and misses hard at that offering. It's 2 balls and a strike to the center fielder. Carter Ribbon stands on second. Dylan Broderick over at first base. As Delafave looks the runner in scoring position back and offers up a 2-1 inside. It's 3-1. Broderick hit by a pitch. Mason Woolwine, who is at the plate now, was hit by a pitch in his first appearance. Bottom of the third inning with Ribbon in scoring position, dancing at second, taking a lead. Chopper, third base side foul.
And Woolwine's, he's talked about his timing on his fastball. And he's just always a little bit too early, it seems, recently, fouling a lot of balls right down that third baseline.
Eventually drop one in the left field in game one of the doubleheader, as this is trouble now for Carter Ribbon. He's caught in a rundown and he advances back to second, sliding in feet first safely, as Delafave had the nice move on the hill to step off and then just took a second to go back to second, and it cost him.
And I want to say, is this the first time we've seen the pitcher kind of chase after a guy?
Yeah,
We've seen
indeed.
the middle infielders, we've seen a couple of rundowns, but I don't think we've ever seen the pitcher come off the mound.
Ribbon is halfway down the line now as this one's popped up, foul out of play on the payoff pitch. Can expect the runners to get that aggressive here in this situation. Can't really go for the steal in case this ball is popped up or a line drive, which is how Carter Ribbon got a double play in the last half inning. This one's in on the hands and popped up just like that to the third base side. And under it is Nathan Lapp to make the catch for out number 2. And now it'll be Drew Simpson, the second baseman, making his second start in a Blazers uniform. He went 1 for 3 in game number 1. Wind is continuing to sway, still out towards left field. The trees are, I wouldn't call it shaking, but they're close to that adjective.
Swaying?
Swaying, yeah. That pitch misses outside to Simpson. The American flag is now blowing viciously out to left field, though. Something to keep an eye on as the outfield plays to their normal spots. The infield creeping towards second with Ribbon there, and that pitch delivered in for a strike on the off speed. It's 1 ball and a strike. The Kings strike first once again, making it the 12th time this season that the opponent has struck first against the Blazers. That's in for a strike. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes to Drew Simpson. In those 12 games, one of those 2 coming in game 1, the Blazers won that game. They're 2-9 in the 11 that it's happened so far when the opponent scores first. Here's the 1-2 pitch. This one's muscled in the air out to center field. Charging in is Prince. He's under it awaiting, and he's making the catch for out number 3. So the Blazers leave 2 on the base paths, and we'll head into the 4th inning. I'll step aside from the play-by-play duties and turn it over to Julia Henry as we enter the 4th. The Blazers with a 1-run lead. It's 2-1. That's what I'm saying, dude.
Nathan Lapp steps up to the plate for a second at bat. The only King who has scored a run in this game.
How nice of you to call him a king. All right. Bad joke.
Yeah, you really you've got yourself on like
Yeah.
a track record now of
Yeah, I'm like
bad
0
jokes.
for 6 probably
Yeah,
in the last couple weeks.
that one's in for a strike. 0-2 count to Lap. Cole Snyder still on the mound for the Blazers, and it looks like they're Pasco's number 10, right?
Yes.
Okay, looks like Mike Pasco heading out to the bullpen for the Blazers, just heading in there. And the Kings have someone warming up in theirs too. If I can snag the roster sheet from across our little booth. Interesting. Knapp ropes that one to Kovac in right field. He flies out for out number 1. It looks like number 35, Brandon Petrick, is warming up in the bullpen, which would mean someone else has to come in and play right field when he does so. So looks like maybe the top of the 4th will bring some defensive changes for the Kings, as the first pitch is in to a strike.
Yeah, Petrick's out in the bullpen. He's not going to be up for a while. He's the 2-hole hitter, and they're currently at the 6th spot in the lineup.
That one's fouled off. So again, an early 0-2 count from Snyder.
Sun's coming out again. I've enjoyed the different heat and weather recently.
That one gets Schollenberger to move and keep that one in front of him. We've seen that all game from when he came in game 1 through this one. His ability to block balls is pretty excellent. Ooh, and finally, we see a pitcher nab a King. The Kings have nabbed, 3 different Blazers through these through the doubleheader. So
Yes.
we haven't seen a pitch nab a King yet, but there it is.
Guess it was a matter of time, the law of averages.
Yeah.
Mike Pasco, though, warming up in the pen. His last outing was on Wednesday against Pocono. He went 5 innings scoreless. That game, that was close. Over to first. That game, unfortunately, suspended due to inclement weather, so not final for Pasco. He would have got the win if he just got 2 more outs.
Snyder winds and gets the catcher Myers to swing at his first offering.
Pasco also pitched last year at Memorial Park on a weekday game. It's a 1-0 loss to Trenton, but he went 7 innings.
Again, Snyder fires back over to first, really trying to get Prince here. And Prince really isn't, his lead isn't too large. It's probably about 3 feet. Even that's probably being generous. So just switching up the tempo there. So that one's in for a ball.
Only 1 stolen base for the Kings in game 1 as well. It was from Lap.
That one just nicks Myers' bat. He's going to be out at first. But he almost stepped back, to take another practice swing. That just barely nabbed the tip of his bat. Definitely not what he wanted contact-wise, but it advances the runner. So 2 outs, runner at second as Joey Socorro comes up to bat.
Yeah, base hit probably scores the runner from second, but 2 outs instead of none or 1. So the sacrifice, not really a threat.
So that one's in for a ball.
I think the pretzel's going to be eaten during this half-inning break. I'm starving.
That one nabs the outside corner of the plate for ball 2.
I will say it is relatively nice getting to talk about something off topic when the Blazers have a lead.
Yeah.
You know, I'm used to kind of doing it when it's podcast territory, when it's like a 9-run game. But as of late, Blazers playing well at home today on the doubleheader.
Swing and a miss for strike 1.
It's important for Snyder to go as far as he possibly can here. He's worked his way into the 60 pitch mark, but 4th inning, still solid outing in a 7-inning doubleheader. Obviously, 14 total innings going to be played today, so you need as many arms as you can. And the Blazers only had 2 guys go in game 1, whereas this team in South Jersey's had 9 different guys go throughout the week.
That one's foul off. Dylan Broderick runs, and he's able to make the catch. And, I mean, athleticism really exhibited today from him. So, 3 outs there, and we head to the bottom of the 4th. Blazers lead 2-1. Seven, 8, 9 up for the Blazers. Jackson Schollenberger plated the 2nd run, giving the Blazers the lead in the bottom of the 2nd. Steps up to the plate here. Rocks that first one into right field, and that one's easily caught by Brandon Petrick. So he's still in right field. We'll see when maybe he'll enter the game in relief, but for now, everything stays the same.
I was about to talk about how it was nice that they were getting Delafeve's pitch count up, and they swung at the first pitch. So that makes me look a little dumb. But he's up to 64 pitches. Gonna have to start digging into the pen eventually, as you mentioned, with Petrick warming up.
Matt Curtis took that first pitch for a strike. Second pitch also in for a strike.
Pretzel's getting a 6.3 out of 10. It's a little hard. It's probably because it's been sitting out for a little bit. But.
And Curtis rocks that one into, oh my goodness, into almost the gap between center and left. The center fielder, Brandon Prince, dives for it. The ball goes past him, rolls to the fence, but the left fielder in Antonio Friedman is right there to back him up. They fire it in, but that is a double for Matt Curtis.
I'm sure he's been itching for that. It's been a while since his last extra base hit, just over 2 weeks now. And that was needed for the Blazers. Now you got one out in the inning. Try to get this guy at least over to third. See what happens. Obviously, you can't get him over to third with an out, but base hit probably scores him too. Curtis has some speed.
Definitely. As Grayson Kovac took that first pitch for a strike. And that pitch creeps past Trevor Myers, sending Matt Curtis to third. So now he's just 90 feet away from extending this Blazers lead.
Well, that works so much for the not needing a sacrifice opportunity or not going to have a sacrifice opportunity. Now it's in order.
And that's another thing. There hasn't been many pitches that have crept past the catcher with men on base. So exciting to see as Kovac swings and misses for strike 2. 1-2 count.
Happened in game 1 that gave the Blazers their first run, but it was the first time I feel like it happened in a while that ended up resulting in a run. The infield plays in. Schollenberger had the base hit earlier with the infield in.
As Kovac pops that one up.
Ooh.
And it hits the roof.
I'm sure you could hear that one.
Good effort by Trevor Myers to try and locate it, but way up and over his head.
And the middle infielder's playing super far in the grass.
Fouled off. Yeah. The infielder, this is one of the most ins,
Yeah.
I think. I mean, to be on the grass is truly playing it.
Normally see it from the corners, but middle infielders were at least 3 steps on the last pitch into the grass, and then now they're kind of at the where the grass and dirt meet.
That pitch goes over Kovac's head. It could have been another hit by a pitch, almost, if he didn't duck down. I think it would have nabbed him in his back, but
I don't blame him for ducking.
stays alive. So that one's rocketed to the pitcher. He'll look back, fires over to first to Davis. Out number 2, Curtis stays at third, but the Blazers turn the lineup over as the leadoff Ty Everett steps up to the plate.
Not a bad time for an RBI here, Todd. Gonna need a base hit, unfortunately, as the sacrifice goes out of line with Kovac just poking that one with some spin right back to the mound.
Everett cracks this one right to the left fielder. Unfortunately, if that one just took a bounce, would have been a nice one, but that'll retire the Blazers. Stay right here, and we head to the top of the 5th. Antonio Friedman steps to the plate in the top of the fifth for the Kings, who find themselves down 2-1.
We're both multitasking here. You're operating a camera trying to get footage for social media and for a package, and I'm eating a pretzel.
Mine might be a little bit more
Yep.
important.
I don't know. Pretzel's kind of getting me through here. It's kind of important for me. In terms of difficulty, though, yeah, I'm gonna go with yours.
Yeah, I just ran down there.
Yeah.
And keeping the book, too. Keeping the book and doing play-by-play, it's kind of like a fun little
Yeah.
adventuresome challenge. I enjoy it because it keeps me
I
locked
don't.
in, and I think it helps, but it's also sometimes a lot. But swing and a miss there. Strike 3 from Friedman. That'll retire him for out number 1. So the Kings will turn the lineup over. Ty Mercado steps up to the plate. He's 0 for 2 in game 1. Looking to bring that offensive spark and to bring runs for the Kings who are down.
It's been rare seeing the Blazers with a lead in the middle of the game at Memorial Park. Their 2 wins have come with them coming from behind at the end.
And both walk off.
Yep.
And another thing, as I ran down and set up my camera, just how even the hits are. The Kings have 2 hits, Blazers have 3. I don't think the numbers have ever been within 1.
Yeah.
That pitch falls inside. So 3 straight balls to Mercado from Snyder.
Well, there were no hit in game 1 of the doubleheader that they won 2 weeks ago, and they still had a run throughout that no-hitter.
So that one finds the zone. Strike 1. And now it looks like the Blazers bullpen has like 6 guys in there. Not sure who's all pitching, but a lot of action in there. As that one's popped high over the pavilion. Didn't hit the roof, though. I thought that one would.
I'm going to have to step aside for a second. Unfortunately, our lights are flickering, and I'm going to have to keep the thing on. So 1 minute.
Looks like the calls time there. Just taking a minute. I don't really know why time was called. I'm not sure the Mercado did either. Looked like there was a little conversation there between him and the ump. Snyder fires that one in outside. Mercado will take his bag as Petrick comes to the plate.
Should have been more specific with the lights flickering. Not flickering, it's the warning that the timer's running out. Here at Memorial Park, they have a little timer on the lights. I like talking openly about all the struggles that we're having technically, so
Yes.
I'm going to keep that same vibe all season. We had the power
I
outage.
think the biggest victory is the broadcasting through that power outage and learning the walkie-talkies.
Yeah, the walkie-talkies was a big win for me up here. Yeah, I didn't learn it. I just didn't know how to use it at first.
And Snyder fires that one back over to Broderick at first. And Mercado will advance to second as the throw crept past Broderick all the way basically against the Blazers dugout. So, unfortunate turn of events that sends a runner on second for the Kings with just 1 out and the second batter, Brandon Petrick, at the plate.
The wind's blowing again. The infield dirt is kicked all the way up.
Another ball, but Schollenberger, Mercado thinks about going, but Schollenberger blocked that ball and popped up. So
It's a good stop.
remains at second.
He was showing his glove outside of the zone there, and then the pitch kind of came a little inside and low, and he switched it back and stopped it.
You hear the loud back coming from the Kings dugout as Snyder turns around and fires to Ricardo Ribbon there, keeping Mercado at second base. Petrick pops that one up. Woolwine easily catches that. Mercado thinks about tagging, but stops as Woolmine gets that ball in super quickly. And Mercado's, I think, a little frustrated that he didn't get that extra bag there. But when you're at second, the fly ball to center field, there's not really usually that great of a success rate going from second to third. And that was I would say, a slow fly ball to center, too.
Yeah, it didn't force him to move back. So standing where he's at currently in normal outfield depth, going to be a tough one to get over. He didn't have to retreat back as well, so that means his momentum staying forward, easier to make that throw.
Definitely. First pitch in for a strike to Vinny Davis.
Pocono's currently trailing in their game 2 of the doubleheader, trying not to get swept, but if they do, it would creep into a 1-game deficit for the Blazers, pending whatever happens here in the rest of game 2. Could cut it to a half game, possibly.
As that pitch is another one, flied out to center field. Woolmine catches that for out number 3. So back-to-back flyouts to center field for Woolmine sends us to the bottom of the 5th. The score 2-1 Blazers lead. So Carter Ribbon steps up to the plate, leading things off here for the Blazers in the top of the 5th. Led things off for them, getting a single in the bottom of the 3rd. Trying to do the same thing here in the bottom of the 5th, or even an extra base hit. And that one is roped out, and that'll drop for a double there for Carter Ribbon. So I'm going to say I jinxed that one in a positive way. So first pitch, double to that almost 365 sign in that center left field.
Left and right center today have a magnet, and that has not been the case for a while here at Memorial Park. We haven't seen too many balls in the gap, at least before today. And I think today I've seen at least 4 or 5 out to the gap for extra base hits.
Mm-hmm. And before Andrew Swansky stepped up to the plate, manager Mike Fitzgerald came all the way over to him, and they discussed something. So, I don't know, maybe we'll see a bunt. I don't know what. And he frames around for a bunt. That was what I was.
That was great timing.
Thinking the conversation was, because I really don't know what else the conversation, unless it was some insight on. But I mean, he's already faced him twice. I'm not sure what insight he would be giving, but
Probably talking strategy, like placing a bunt out. I'm gonna guess
Yeah.
that's probably what he's gonna attempt to do.
yeah. that one's in for a strike.
I think we both saw that's why we left. Carter Ribbon, when Delafave, the pitcher, was looking him back the second, kind of just threw his hands up in the air and waved. I don't think I've ever seen that before, but I liked it. He knew there was no one covering the bag.
I was just gonna say that. It was a funny one.
Beauty.
As that bunt is laid down, it pulls Davis off the bag, but able to get that out. Delafave fires it over. So Carter Ribbon advances to third on the sack bunt, and Dylan Broderick, who was hit by a pitch in his last at-bat, steps up to the plate.
4 sacrifice RBIs coming into today. They have 3 in game 1, and now they get a guy over to third with nobody out. What happened to this team? This is unreal. Just all of a sudden, the sacrifices are coming today, and I love to see it. It's been what I've really been looking for, and they haven't had a ton of opportunities, but when there have been opportunities, it hasn't happened.
That one's in for a strike. Evening the count 1-1, and even Carter Ribbon kind of waving to Delafave. There hasn't, I don't know, I feel like we haven't gotten to see much of these guys' personalities. So that was kind of fun to see as Broderick swings and misses at the high. I don't know. I'm not really sure what was the
Change up,
message
maybe.
behind the swing there. Yeah, it might have been a little bit off speed, but
I know what you're talking about.
that one's way outside. Myers is able to move his glove across his body to stop that one. A little bit risky to not slide and just move the glove, but
If I was Ribbon, I'd be dancing on the third base side like Castellanos right now.
yes. As that ball, and Ribbon will be out at home as that ball was hit fairly softly back to Nathan Lapp at third, and Ribbon just kind of slid home, limping a little bit there. Hopefully everything's good. Might have just, the slide was pretty much almost a collision with Trevor Myers, so hopefully it's just a little bit of contact on that one and not actually anything that's hurt. But Broderick is safe at first with a single.
Well, that's upstairs. That was an aggressive play by Ribbon. I'm guessing it was running on contact either way. I don't know if that's his call or if that's the signs, but either way, it's running on contact. It wasn't that hard hit, and it was right to third. He didn't even think about staying.
Broderick's off on that one, and he'll be safe on the steal. I'll take it. I think.
Yeah, even though he's out at home, Ribbon, I don't mind him going on contact there because, hey, you're up 1 run. It's 1 out in the inning. Even if you stay at third, then you're going to need a base hit anyways. And now Broderick will score probably on a base hit since he just stole the bag. If that was the plan, I like it. It was just a perfectly executed play by Lapp. The throw was perfect, right in line.
And it was still a very bang-bang play. So if
Yeah.
it was, I think.
If the throw pulls Myers even another couple of inches to the
Yeah.
right, then Ribbon's probably safe, but it was perfectly in line with
It
his
was
foot that was
perfectly
sliding in.
That one's in the dirt. So 3-1 counting here to Mason Woolwine.
One with the 10-game hitting streak, he's 0 for 1, and he's been hit by a pitch. And it's a 7-inning game, so he's kind of running low on plate appearances after being hit in 7-inning game to extend it.
And there's the jinx again as that ball goes into shallow left field. The cutoff throw pulls Myers about 4 feet down the third base line, so Broderick easily scores, and Woolwine gets a double. So we're 2 for 2 on this little announcer's jinx extra base hits.
And I'm loving it. I mean, this is a
am.
welcome sight with the sacrifices, with the extra base hits, with Woolwine now. He leads the team in extra base hits with that. He extends the hitting streak to 11. He's got 6 extra base hits now, and now his 6th RBI of the year. Actually, 7. He had 1 in game 1. Didn't add it.
As the first pitch to Drew Simpson, playing his second game for the Blazers, falls outside.
Let's add another one. Let's get greedy.
That one's in for a strike. And not even maybe greedy, but I feel like, runs are contagious.
Yeah.
I mean,
They come and
look at-
munch us is what they like to say.
Yeah.
That hasn't always been the case here at Memorial Park, but I mean, obviously the Blazers just haven't been the best offensive team here, but they're getting it done today.
And that ball is hit in to shallow center field. So that'll fall. Woolmine goes home. The throw takes Myers way off the bag. But Myers fires that offline throw to second. Drew Simpson tried to take 2 on that. He's out, but the runner score 4-1. We head to the top of the 6th. As we head to the top of the 6th, Marco Menino leads things off for the Kings. Chris Perillo comes on the mound in relief. And if you're just tuning in, I'm Julia Henry, joined alongside Rocco Pellegrino on the Quakertown Blazers YouTube channel.
3-run lead in the middle innings here at Memorial Park for the Blazers. It's a welcome sight for us. They lead the game in hits. 6 hits to 2 in favor of Quakertown. 6 outs away from sweeping a doubleheader.
First pitch in for a strike.
I don't know if it's a momentum thing, but the Blazers have played pretty well in doubleheaders. They have their lone win game 1 here at Memorial Park at home. They won and swept their last doubleheader against the Generals.
That one comes in for a ball, evening the count. It might be a momentum thing. The doubleheaders have proved to have as much success, or maybe that ball's hit over to the second base and Drew Simpson, fired over to Dylan Roderick at first. Out number 1. Another factor, maybe, if we're going to conspiracy or whatever made up word I'm going to make, create conspiracy theories on why this is happening.
This is going to annoy me. I know there's a verb.
I know there's a verb.
Hold on. Conspire, is that it?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think that might be it.
Yeah. Look at me.
Maybe the early starts.
Yeah,
you know,
might be
sometimes
right.
teams do better playing at noon versus 7 p.m. under the lights. As Broderick
think he dropped it based on
Yeah.
the reaction. We can't see it.
The dugout is, in fact, we can see Broderick's cleats.
Yeah, he dropped it.
But not the rest of him.
Yeah.
But I think he dropped that one. Almost caught it. Strike one to Nathan Lapp. And just, if he made that play, another example of his hard work and hustle and athleticism.
Yeah, and it's Chris Perillo on the hill in relief, so the day is done. The book is closed on Cole Snyder.
That one's outside, 1-1.
Couldn't ask for a better start from Snyder. 5 innings pitched, 3 hits, 1 run. It was earned, 3 walks and 4 Ks. So he's in line with the win here. If Perillo is able to record a possibly 6-out save, that could go to another guy in the 7th, but we'll see.
That one's a little bit inside.
Perillo last appeared against Southside middle of the week on June 25th. He went 3 innings, but he did struggle. 6 earned runs, 4 walks, 7 hits. Allowed a home run to Dennis Pierce, the leader in the ECCBL.
That one's just a little bit low for ball 3. So a 3-1 count to Nathan Lapp. And Lapp will take first with a walk on that final ball. So 5-pitch walk from Perillo.
And we know Mike Pasco's in the Quakertown bullpen warming up along with a couple other guys, which is, you just need to have that backbone ready just in case something goes wrong here with Perillo. We've seen the command be an issue before. He's issued 11 walks in 4 2/3 innings pitched. So if you give another guy a free pass, might have to go to the pen.
As that ball's fouled off, and we still see Brandon Petrick warming up for the Kings back in the bullpen after he went back to right field last inning. So maybe he'll come in the bottom of the 6th. Swing and a miss. 0-2 count now to Brandon Prince.
It's nice to see Perillo get 2 strikes here via the foul balls, but after the 5-pitch walk and Broderick dropping that ball down the first base side in foul territory, good to see him working through it.
And he gets him looking there. First strikeout for Perillo and the 2nd out of the inning for the Blazers.
He immediately nodded his head. He knew that was probably the best pitch that he's thrown all season. That sweeper just finding the outside corner completely fooled Myers there, and he had no chance. Or pardon me, not Myers, Prince.
Prince. A little bit of ahead of yourself there as
Yep.
Trevor Myers steps up to bat. Fouls off the first pitch.
We haven't seen a ton of aggression on the base paths today from the South Jersey Kings. Only 1 stolen base attempt. They did successfully complete it back in Game 1. An opportunity here with Lapp standing on first, the third baseman. Not taking a large lead, though, but there are 2 outs in the inning.
That one moves across the plate to the outside corner for ball 1. That one's rocketed down the third baseline, foul. Ty Everett moved a little and then realized that one was going to hit a divot in the grass, and it bounced basically to where the Kings bullpen is, kind of ish, in between there and the foul line. Perillo gets Myers on that one for strikeout number 2 and out number 3 of the inning. The Blazers keep their 4-1 lead as we head to the bottom of the 6th. We want to give a little thank you to all of our boosters, sponsors, and partners of the Quakertown Blazers. At the bronze level, we have Dennis and Barbara Robinson, Catherine and George Somich, Jeffrey Huddleston, David and Susan Wilsey, and Captain Bob Seafood. At the silver level, we have Richard and Patricia Tyler, Quakertown Alive, the Lewis Brothers, Bill and Ruth Ann Keisel, and Joanne Hirsch. At the gold level, we have Bracalente, MFG, Co. Inc., the Jagalella family, Entrance Systems Inc., ESI, and John Ferris. And at the diamond level, we have George Bonacamper, Fitzgerald Maintenance, Andy Weber, and St. Luke. So thank you to all of our boosters, sponsors, and partners.
It was a better job than I did, in my opinion. That was a struggle for me reading those sponsors earlier, I'm not going to lie. Jackson Schollenberger at the plate now as we enter the bottom half of the sixth inning. A new pitcher on the hill, and Brandon Petrick, who comes in from right field. So some defensive changes as a result. It's now Vinny Davis out in right field, who moves from first. James Socorro moves to first. And now Petrick on the hill. And the rest, I believe, stays the same. So Schollenberger, who's 1 for 2 today, will dig in. Blazers with a 3-run lead here in the bottom half of the sixth. A welcome sight changes. We will switch roles here in the broadcast booth. Bottom of the sixth inning, Blazers and Kings. Game 2 of the doubleheader. First pitch misses upstairs to Schollenberger from Petrick. Blazers have distributed their runs via pairs today. The bottom half of the second inning, 2 runs. In the bottom half of the fifth, 2 runs. The RBIs for the Blazers coming off the bats of Mason Woolwine, Drew Simpson, and Jackson Schollenberger. Meaning it has been 5, 6, and 7 doing the work today in game 2. Petrick holds, and the 1-0 pitch on the way. Schollenberger swings and misses at the low offering, and it's 1-1. The Blazers now 7-11 after taking game 1. The Pocono Timber Rattlers fall to 9-11 after being swept today in their doubleheader against the Mercer Mammoths. Schollenberger lifts this one to the air out to shallow left field, ranging towards foul territory. The third baseman lap calls everybody off and reaches up to make the catch for out number 1.
That was an excellent catch from Lap. Really, the ability to track that ball down. And we've seen the sun change a lot on and off, but I think the sun's been in a pretty nice position from these 2 games, at least. This is an assumption I'm making from all the fielders. No one's really dropped a ball or lost a ball in the sun. So I think it's been nice for.
We've seen it happen before to the Blazers' benefit on a ball out to right field in a doubleheader against Trenton 2 weeks ago. But hasn't happened today for either side. It's Matt Curtis at the plate. He's 1 for 1 in game 2. He was 0 for 2 in game 1. Petrick, the former right fielder, delivers an 0-1 offering upstairs. The outfield is Antonio Freeman from in left field. Out in the center, it's Brandon Prince. Vinny Davis moves from first to right. Count even at 1 ball and a strike from Petrick to Curtis. And that ball's in the dirt. A swing and a miss, though, from Curtis. And it's 1-2. 7-inning doubleheader here today. First game went to 9 innings as it went to extras. No ghost runner, so the game kind of carried on a little bit longer than the usual 7-inning doubleheaders. In terms of time of the game, as this one's skied in the air into foul territory, it goes over the head of Socorro down the first base side. It's foul.
And laughing at the Blazers bullpen. I don't know who it is, but someone's taking a nice seat, leaning against, just chilling, just.
Looks like Mike Pascal. I could be wrong.
That's what I was
like
thinking, but I wasn't positive. But looks like he's having a good time in the bullpen. Very zen.
1-2 pitch on the way with 1 gone, and Curtis swings and misses down via the strikeout on the 4-pitch strikeout, and he's the second out of the inning. So now it's Grayson Kovac, the 9-hole hitter, coming to the plate. Kovac batting around the 225 mark. He's 1 for 2 with an RBI in his start on Wednesday through 5 innings. First offering to him is a off speed that sweeps back into the zone from Petrick. Snowballs and a strike. Patrick up to 8 pitches in relief of Salvador Delafave, who started this game and went 5 innings as Kovac fouls that one off the protective netting. Delafave 5 innings pitched, 7 hits, 4 runs, all of them earned, 1 walk and a strikeout. He goes a total of 91 pitches and faces 24 batters. He also hit 2 of those 24. Petrick holding up towards the belt. The 0-2 with 2 gone. The bottom half of the 6th on the way as Kovac rips this one in the air out to left field. Freeman ranging back to the track, and it one hops off the wall. Digging into second is Kovac, and he'll get there standing with a stand-up double.
Beautifully hit ball from Kovac.
Barrel on the ball perfectly there for Kovac. He tees up the fastball from Petrick on the 0-2. He's into scoring position now, and the Blazers have come through with runners in scoring position, a welcome sight that is boosting their 133 batting average with runners in scoring position here at Memorial Park. It's 237 on the road. Petrick kicks, and the pitch is inside and misses to Ty Everett, who's batting in the leadoff spot. He's 1 for 3 today. Everett with 3 RBIs on the season, right in the middle of the pack for the Blazers' offensive lineup statistically. He's got an opportunity here to boost that number to 4. With Kovac standing on second, Petrick looking him back. The 1-0 pitch. That misses outside. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Everett came in to pinch run in game 1 of the doubleheader. He did not have a plate appearance. Petrick looking Kovac back. The 2-0. Off speed is in there for a called first strike. It's 2-1. 6 hits to 2 in favor of the Blazers today. 1 error in this game. It's charged to Quakertown. But the scoreboard reads 4-1 in favor of the Blazers in game 2 of the doubleheader as they look for their first sweep here at home. In the 2024 ECCBL season, we're more than halfway through as that pitch is pushed outside by Petrick. Pulls Myers to his backside, and it's 3-1.
You saw Petrick looking back, Kovac at second, but neither middle infielder is covering the bag, so.
All the room in the world for Kovac to take his lead as much as he really wants to. 3-1 with 2 gone in the inning. That's inside, and Everett works a walk. And now it'll be Carter Ribbon, the shortstop in this game, playing at the Division I collegiate level, the senior at Maryland Eastern Shore. He'll dig in with runners on first and second, Ty Everett at first and Kovac at second. It is Andrew Swarnsky on deck for the Blazers. First pitch from Petrick with 2 gone in the inning. It's blocked by Myers low in the dirt. Ribbon 0 for 1 with a run scored. He came in to pinch run and then ended up with a plate appearance. So that game went to extra innings beyond the slotted 7 innings. Kovac at second. He takes his lead. The pitch from Petrick, it skies to the backstop and bounces right back to Myers. He won't try to play it, though, as that one is going to advance the runners into second and third, both now in scoring position as Everett is there standing.
And perfect for the Blazers to have that wild pitch while they had 2 runners on, to now advance to have 2 runners in scoring position now instead of just 1.
Ribbon with 2 RBIs to his name now, a chance to double the total with a base hit that would likely score Ty Everett from second and would definitely score Kovac from third. They both take their leads as the infield dirt continues to blow as the wind continues to whip here at Memorial Park. Petrick's pitch, it nabs the elbow of Carter Ribbon, and the 4th hit by pitch of the doubleheader. And it'll bring up the designated hitter, Andrew Swarnsky, the right fielder.
So many hits by
In
pitch.
game 1, yep.
And it's just something you don't usually see at the collegiate level. just this many. And it hasn't all been the same guy, too. That's what makes it even kind of more interesting, is that it's been the whole Kings bullpen.
That one's pulled and it rolls all the way to the backstop. It's going to score at least one. Kovac is across, standing up, and it's 5-1. Some command issues here for Petrick on the mound, who started the game in right field and has played in both Game 1 and Games 2 of the doubleheader.
And that might have been the best pass ball we've seen in terms of ability to score a runner, as Kovac scored. That pass ball went to the left side of the field, and then it hit the corner and bounced all the way to the right. So Myers kind of had to zigzag around to get that one.
So Everett moves over to third. Carter Ribbons at second. And Saworski ahead of the count at 1-0 with 2 retire. That misses outside. It's 2-0. A base open at first, as the Blazers now nurse a 4-run lead. Would be their first save opportunity here at home. As Petrick holds the belt, kicks in the 2-0 pitch. That's in the dirt. It goes right to the left of home plate, but not far enough to allow Everett to come home. And Saworski picks it up, fires back to Petrick, and it's 3-0 now to the DH. .431 Eastern here, the doubleheader, Game 2 continuing on. First pitch of Game 1 was just after noon. As Saworski awaits the 3-0. He takes that in for a called first strike. Petrick holding with his left hand. He brings it back into the mitt, holding at the hip, shrugging the shoulders, and the 3-1 is threaded in there for a strike, and the count moves full.
Always making things interesting here. Three straight balls, and now back to a 3-2 count for Broderick.
Everett at third.
Saworski.
Ribbon at second, both in scoring position. The payoff pitch, chopped right back beyond the second base bag. Over to his left is the shortstop Menino, charging in time for out number 3. So the Blazers add 1 insurance run. We'll head to the top of the 7th as they look for a 3-out save and the sweep of the doubleheader. Stay with us here on the Blazers YouTube channel. 5-1 lead here for the Blazers in the top half of the 7th. A chance to end things with a sweep on this Saturday afternoon at Memorial Park. June 29th, looking to go 2-0 today are the Quakertown Blazers. The Pocono Timber Rattlers dropped both games of their doubleheader. So it's currently a 1-game lead for the Timber Rattlers for that 3rd spot in the Northern Division. That a coveted 3rd spot that comes with a playoff spot. The top 3 in each division make the playoffs. The Blazers 7-11. As that one's fouled back by Socorro, and the Pocono Timber Rattlers currently sit at 9-11. So once that game, the 5-0 game for Quakertown that they were leading on top of the Timber Rattlers goes final, once they complete that suspended game, assuming they hold off, could potentially have the series tied and could be ahead record-wise. This one's flown in the air out to shallow right field. Broderick's under it. Now the second baseman, Simpson, calls everybody off, and he makes the catch for the first out.
And while Antonio Friedman steps up to the plate, I figure with the early start, little Philly score update. They're down 1-0 to the Marlins off of a Nick Gordon home run. So still bottom of the second, so plenty of time left in that game.
I guess the Phillies and the Blazers just both can't play well at the same time. I've noticed that. One or the other. First pitch in for a strike after Socorro is retired. It's Andrew Friedman at the plate. Malachi Duca trying to come in and record the final 3 outs of this game. He gets the first. Duca's had some trouble with command, just like the rest of some of the Blazers' bullpen, as he gets a swing and a miss, and he's quickly ahead 0-2. But Chris Perillo kind of conquered those demons in relief here.
And heading to the top of the 7th, 8-9-1 is pretty ideal, too, if we're closing the game out, to have to deal with the bottom of the lineup.
Perillo went 1 inning in relief, 1 walk, 2 Ks, no hits, and scoreless. And that's a swing and a miss from Friedman, down on strikes. And Duca's got 2 outs. And now it'll be Ty Mercado, the top of the lineup, due up for the South Jersey Kings, but they only have 1 out to work with the last gasp here in Game 2 of the doubleheader, trying to avoid a sweep. This one's chopped to third base. Everett charging in. He tries to play it off his hand, but it goes foul. Probably a smart play, but a risky one if that goes fair and then goes past him. But nonetheless, it's 0-1.
A little risky, but I'll take it. I'm happy with it.
Not a save opportunity for Malachi Duca, so you won't get credit with it, but we'll call it a save just for adjective purposes. The tying run no longer on deck at any point in this 7th inning. 0-1 count now from Duca to Mercado, trying to get the last out of the doubleheader. The pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. The Kings down to their last strike. Duca's found some much-needed command as of late. He works now with an 0-2 count and 2 gone in the top half of the 7th. The pitch bounces in the dirt. Two runs in the bottom half of the 5th and 1 added in the 6th for the Blazers to pad their what was at first a 2-1 lead after they responded from the Kings run in the top half of the 2nd as the 0-2 swung on and missed. Mercado down on strikes, back-to-back Ks for Duca, and he gets the final 3 outs. And the Blazers take Game 2, and they take the doubleheader with a sweep, bring out the brooms, 5-1. Quakertown wins.
And what a doubleheader from the Quakertown Blazers. And this is what we've been waiting for all season. You know, if you've listened to these broadcasts, we've talked about the bullpen and how the walks can't happen. You can't give up, have these errors. And in this doubleheader, the walks weren't there. The bullpen was excellent. The starters were able to make it deep into the games. I mean, truly an excellent, excellent performance by the Blazers that hopefully the momentum can carry through next week, and then hopefully All-Star break doesn't disrupt any of this. Sometimes those breaks can throw people off, but 2 wins in one day at home for the Blazers. What are your takeaways, Rocco?
Well, it's much needed standings-wise, but I think it's more just needed vibes-wise. I mean, let's just be honest here. The Blazers entering today, they were 1-8 at home. It was not fun to play at Memorial Park, and to say the least, it wasn't exactly exciting up here. It wasn't exciting for the fans, as they were averaging below 2 runs per game here at home. Today, they don't light it up offensively. They score 5 in Game 2, and they score 3 in Game 1, but the pitching gets the job done, and it was perfectly enough. They come through with sacrifice opportunities. All 3 runs in Game 1 coming via the sacrifice after only having 4 entering today. And then in Game 2, they go down 1-0, and it's like, oh, man, they're 1-9 when the opponent scores first, but they changed the trend. And hopefully that is the trend that goes forward, changing the narrative and changing the trend that has kind of followed the Blazers here at home at Memorial Park. Things are looking on the up and up now. They're only a half game out of a playoff spot, as we have now reached around the 3/4 of the way mark through the season. The Timber Rattlers currently sit in third at 9-11, the Blazers at 8-11, and they have a 5-0 lead in a suspended game that will be made up eventually. So the season series looking to be evened up sooner or later. Once that happens, if they hold the 5-0 lead, we're looking at a close playoff race coming down the line. As you mentioned, Julia, the All-Star break is coming up for the Blazers. So the schedule, next week they will be at Scranton and then home against Scranton on Thursday. The All-Star game will be Saturday here at Memorial Park. We'll have that live, and then they will be at Mercer on Sunday for a doubleheader. So it's really not much of a break. They have one less game during the week, and then the All-Star game for some of these guys. Hopefully a lot of guys in the All-Star game. We have yet to get the announcement there for that. But nonetheless, the winning pitcher in today's game, Cole Snyder, he goes 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 3 walks, and 4 Ks. Chris Perillo and Malachi Duca get the job done in relief, both pitching an inning of their own and going hitless and scoreless to keep it a 5-1 ball game. So the Blazers improve to 8-11. The South Jersey Kings drop to 8-13-1 at the bottom of the Southern Division. And things are looking on the up and up. The vibes are back. Can say the same for us in the broadcast booth as the Phillies victory song is playing here at Memorial Park. Nice touch by whoever has that control of the aux today. So as I mentioned, we'll be back in action next week here on the Blazers YouTube channel for these home matchup against Scranton, where the Blazers will look to continue off of this home at Memorial Park momentum that they have just built. That game will be on Wednesday at 7 p.m. First pitch. I'll be here. Julia will be here on the YouTube channel of the Quakertown Blazers. So we thank you for joining us today here on the Blazers YouTube channel for this Saturday doubleheader. And we will sign off and see you on Wednesday.